All right, we're going to start it up here. Long enough intro. And for all you people who are listening in after the live stream, welcome. And for those of you who are just going to be popping in, I'll be welcoming everybody who pops in, meanwhile, during these interviews. The first interview we got is Day 13 interviews. We're going to go over to John Peniel Tridester III, or St. John Peniel Tridester III. His name is very long, and he takes up half of my chat when he types anything. And we have Chris Jansen. Chris Jansen goes over unity, action, teamwork. Very important. John goes over the mental state of humanity, mental health, very important. And of course, we have featured videos, one by Chris Jansen himself and another by Larkin Rose. Thank you guys for joining me. Let's get started. Hello, this is Corey Engerlot. Welcome to the End of Slavery Summit. I'm here with a very special guest, my friend Chris Jansen. He is a carpenter, philosopher, podcaster, and copywriter. He is working on educating folks about natural law, taking the initiative towards positive solutions to the current world problem, understanding the difference between right and wrong, objective morality replacing moral relativity, a father and a friend, one who questions and imagines, a group facilitator, and inspirational speaker and motivational coach. I welcome you, Chris Jansen. We're going to talk a lot about a lot of these topics and really delve deep into what it means to have teamwork.
Right on. Thanks, Corey, for inviting me to this awesome thing you're creating here. And I'm glad to talk with you today about, well, we'll see what all comes up. But teamwork, the word itself, I think sometimes gets used in a cheesy way, and people make fun of that word. And so I hesitated to use that word. But, essentially, I think that's what we need to talk about.
I agree. So let's start at that. How essential is teamwork in a world like we live in? Are people really working together or are they not? Do they think they're working together?
Well, that's funny that way you're asking that, because that is true. There is definitely um, some, how can we say, a subtle difference. There's a subtle difference in people working together because they're doing something they want to do versus people working together like in a chain gang because if they don't do what they're told, they're going to get whipped. And in so many ways in our culture, in our society, in our governmental systems, even down to school systems, we've taught and repeated this top down authority based way of doing things that is, you do it our way or else. And even voting is that way. Even though people are kind of fooled to think that that means, oh, everybody gets a choice. Really, we live in a world where people are not given choice for so many things they do. But
Hmm.
that being said, that doesn't mean that there aren't people working together, and it doesn't mean we can't see how people get things done and how work gets done. And so we all have seen that in everything we do. Any product you buy, any place you go for services, um, anytime you go to get healthcare, you see examples of people working together. And most of these people are working in these places um, because they've chosen to. Now, there are forces in place that make us all need this money, and that has to do with the overall debt slavery. That being said, within that system, we do have freedoms to choose things we desire and care about. And someone who really likes to work with their hands, like me, I chose to work in construction and do carpentry work. And so I've been lots of times on a crew or a team building something and taking a lot of pride in something I can see we built with our own hands. And I can also see how we did that. And the way we did that was there's different people handling different aspects of the project. And there's organization that goes on. And there is a structure to that organization. And that doesn't mean it has to be by force or with a sword or with a whip. And I can see many times in my career as a carpenter in construction work where people to get work together quite well and can do amazing things. And everything that's been done has been done by people working together. So it's very possible. We do it every day. Everything we do comes to us through some type of teamwork. The question is, how much more powerful would it be if we were working on things from a principle based point of view, and we were on the same page, we were working together with people and doing things that we cared about because we wanted to rather than because we had to. Otherwise we're going to get kicked out and we're not going to have anywhere to live.
Wow. Yeah, really good introduction to that. It's much deeper than the type of teamwork that we just hear, like you said, kind of like just out of maybe the school system where we think, oh, it's just people working together. Like it's more than that, you know. There's people, like you said, coming together because they care about something. They might actually want some sort of change, and so they're doing it out of their heart. And maybe that sounds cheesy to some people, but then if you really, like you said, break down what it means to not do that or when there's involuntary interactions. I think that's kind of what you're hitting at, right? It's like you have like voluntary hierarchies and involuntary hierarchies, and they're two separate things, right? So, like but, and then there's cooperation and teamwork, which doesn't really look like a hierarchy. It doesn't really feel like a hierarchy, right? There might be some people who have special talents or special goals, but they're still working together. Nobody has like, a great claim of ownership. It's not a slave relationship, right? It's not like somebody's chaining anybody up to a wall and say you have to do this work. It's different, right? It's so That's interesting to me. And you say that teamwork is humanity's most powerful weapon. What is it a weapon for?
Oh, I was looking for a way to make an impressive headline. I'll admit, working on my copywriting skills. How do you get people's attention? We live in a world that's so focused on television shows of things blowing up, and if there's not an explosion and a naked woman on the cover, no one's going to watch the show. So powerful weapon. What do I really mean by that? I mean that in terms of getting things done. Okay, you can if you want to move something, let's say, I'm on a construction job site, you can get a little tiny hammer and you can try to move it like that, or you could get a bigger hammer, big sledgehammer, 10-pound sledgehammer, try to move it like that, or you could get a tractor, and try to move it like that. So
Hmm.
there's different tools we use for different things. And when I think about um, something terrible like warfare, things that have really changed the the way humanity's going in history, what's one of the most powerful things of warfare is propaganda. The words that are used to convince people to go sacrifice their bodies, and risk death. There's no reason people would do that if there wasn't proper propaganda to convince them that it's worthwhile to do that. And so the most powerful, weapon that's used in war is not the bullets or the bombs or the explosions. It's the words that were used to get people to push those buttons and to build those bombs.
Hmm.
And so, in terms of us making a better world in the future and not living in the chaotic, hellish circumstances involving slavery and people forcing other people to do things and coming up with excuses to drop bombs, we could live in a world where we're cooperatively working towards making the best art and building the most fantastic structures ever made and impressing one another with our skills. And I think what people really struggle with is when you and I talk about anarchy, which that word, sends people in the wrong direction. They're confused. But even if you break it down and explain it, anarchy means no rulers. It means no one's in charge of you. No one's owns you. Well, okay, I like that idea, but what's going to happen? Society's going to break down. It's going to be everybody chaos and gangs. We have so many people have these narratives in their head. They can't imagine um, what is a world without rulers. And what I'm trying to do is look at that in practical terms. I've seen it over and over in my lifetime on job sites. Um, when people have an accident and everybody gets out and figures out, what do we do? Oh, well, we have to do this and this. We have to get the car out of the road. You know what I mean? Like people figure things out in
Yeah.
situations. And I had a pretty unique opportunity much younger in life where I had I working at a summer camp and we had a ropes course built there, And the ropes course was used as a teamwork training facility. And we brought groups of kids and young adults through there, and they would learn things about their confidence. But I had this really unique, amazing opportunity to learn the low elements, what we called the low elements. And that was when you take the group out in the field and you learn everybody's names and you do these field exercises. And then you go into the ropes course area and you start doing these like fun challenges. Like one of them, for instance, is a platform, and then there's another platform, and there's a third platform, and we would imagine that it was all full of lava, and you had to get your whole group of let's say 9 people from one platform to the next and to the next, and all they had was one board that didn't reach across. And so I would lead a group there and give them the explanation. Oh, watch out, there's hot lava all around. You have to try to get your team across here using only this. And people would figure it out, and I'd get to watch them figure it out. And leaders would kind of emerge in different groups, and people would disagree sometimes. Sometimes they'd butt heads a little, but they'd figure it out and they'd learn and they'd
Yeah.
learn from it. In a very short amount of time, we could take a group through several elements and they'd become a cohesive group. And by the end of the day, we'd put them up against the wall and they'd all climb over the wall together, like you see them do in the military, helping each other over.
Yeah.
And it was very impressive to see that people can do this. It is possible. You don't need someone in charge. Leadership can emerge in different ways depending on who has skills in which application. And so I'm looking for a new creative way to explain to people what I see as bridge this gap where they don't think it's possible to move from here to there, to get to that peaceful world. That we need violent leadership. That's the only way we could possibly do it. Because if we didn't have that, everything would fall apart. And I'm saying, no,
Yeah.
look around. How do we get across a bridge? How do people build a bridge? By working together, and
Yeah.
that doesn't require someone with a whip. It really doesn't. People like making stuff and they like working together. It's part of what we are as humans. That's why it is a powerful weapon because it's naturally part of what we are. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, and I would say like we each have a responsibility to share something that we know could help people, right? It's like if I have a more obligation to share this information, and I would assume you do too, because we see something perhaps that other people do not see, or we see something that needs to be said. Like you said, like there's a perspective, there's a bridge that you need to gap. So you need to, fill that gap. You need to build the bridge. And that requires what? Teamwork within your head, of connecting the dots and making all the puzzle pieces work together, and then teamwork externally, right? Where you're talking to other people, such as myself, or to our audience. It's kind of interesting how that works. Everything just in this life kind of just works together, or is supposed to. And it's interesting because to me it sounds like we're talking about, like when you mention how natural leaders sort of emerge, I usually call them natural leaders. I call them like real leaders, and I think people respect those people, the people who aren't looking for authority, right? They're looking for influencing others, teaching them, perhaps, encouraging them to be the leaders. Instead of trying to find a way to manipulate them or deceive them, rather a way to help them. I mean, isn't that what a leader's supposed to do? Is say, hey, like I've gone down this trail before, so I can help guide you in your stride across this trail.
What's really neat is you see that in the trades. Like a good example is on a construction job site, being a carpenter. A new guy comes on the job site, a carpenter I've never met before, right? And there might be a little bit of tension in the crew, like who's this guy? What's he all about? But within the first hour, you see what he's doing with his hands and his tools, and you see, oh, you know what, this guy knows what he's doing, and what he's doing is actually making all of our life easier. And pretty soon, we see something this guy's doing that we haven't been doing before, and it's helping the whole project move along. And so this guy all of a sudden becomes a natural leader. It could be his first day on the job site, but because he has skill and knowledge and he can show it in a real application, we all don't need to know that he has years of experience. We can see that he has the practical knowledge and skills and he's applying
Mm.
them. So we immediately start following this guy, right?
Willingly.
Because he's built our respect because he showed us he can nail this thing together faster than the way we were doing it. And I think the truth is that people are going to be leaders, natural leaders in different things in different ways, depending on what problems arise. If you and I were out on a boat together, and you have a lot of boat skills, I'm going to rely on you a lot. But then all of a sudden you're like, you know what? I'm not that good with directions. I'm like, oh, I'm great on that. So I'll be the leader on that. You know what I mean? Like, so um, it's really about learning to communicate and deal with other human beings and to find out what those skills are and to
Yeah.
coordinate what those skills are. But there's a lot of obstacles between getting to that point and even getting people on a team to even get people on the same page. You know,
Yeah.
and that's where we're at, especially as a community of people that care about truth, a community of people that care about freedom. It sounds like this community you're describing to me about law, that they have already found some cohesion
Yeah, the
and they're
Common Law
already
Assembly.
working on practical solutions and probably delegating jobs and
Yes.
probably seeing who's good at what and saying, hey, this is what I know.
Yeah.
Here's what I have to contribute.
They got
And someone else
committees.
does, right? So that's the type of thinking and organization I want to see start coming into the groups that we work on, with the natural law, with the freedom, with truth.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, I totally dig that. I mean, I agree. I think that's powerful. Like you said, and kind of how you approve through your, your analogies, is that like you see that across everything in life. Like we kind of need some sort of level of organization or teamwork in order to get things done, especially big tasks like this, right? I mean, I would say it's a pretty big task trying to free the whole world or help them understand these concepts such as morality or freedom when so long people have been taught in schools to kind of disregard these notions or think it's all subjective or just replace it with politics or other things and kind of not really question morality, not question what brings us together, rather focusing on what divides us. So isn't that interesting? It's like, how could we have teamwork if we're so divided and fighting each other's ideologies all the time, or really nitpicking on everything and not finding where we actually excel, and embracing that uniqueness, I think. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, you just reminded me. I wasn't going to bring this up, but there's a book I listened to a couple years ago, 80/20 principle.
Hmm.
This Pareto principle, the idea being this guy discovered this commonality. I think it started out with city populations or something, but it turns out it's in almost everything we do. That when you're looking at where do you put your energy, the way we take this 80/20 rule and make it practical for our lives, is we look at where do you put 80% of your energy, and is that where what are the results, the things you're doing that are getting results? Is that, well, most of us, we spend 80% of our time getting 20% of the results. But what you want to do is the other way around, is you want to find the times and the energy of the things that produce the most results and put your energy and time into that. I didn't say that as well as I would have, as eloquently as I would have liked, but this is something that I'm looking for in my own life too, and it has to do with focus. Um, and here's a good example that might work better than the book, but I do recommend 80/20 principle. Maybe it'll make more sense to you
Yeah.
if you've read the book or you get that separately. The way I'm applying it in my own life is trying to do things that are more effective. I guess that was the point of that. Um, but an example I wanted to share is like I've worked on this podcasting thing for quite some time. I know you have as well. And podcasting can be kind of frustrating because you put a lot of time and energy into creating things. And then as hard as you try to share those things, it's hard to find the audience, really, especially if you're talking about like what we are, morality or philosophy, right? There's not a huge amount of people that are, just waiting for your next video, waiting for the next philosophy video or the next morality video. And so I put a lot of time into certain energy and then get frustrated with, okay, I'm not seeing a lot of results for all the energy and time I put into this. And then now compare that to the Funnel Conference, for instance, where I got together with some other friends that I met on some of the same groups that are talking about natural law, other people that were watching the Mark Passio videos. And we worked together and we said to ourselves, hey, what can we do as a group? And we all met a presentation and we put all these presentations together and put it into a conference. And in that conference, I got way more communication with other people. I got way more remarks on things I had to say. Um, some of the first times I actually got somebody giving me um, contribution to the websites, like all of a sudden things happened, so I put the same amount of energy in, but I got a lot more results out, and what worked was working together with other people, you know, and creating an event, and all of a sudden I realized, okay, so how we go about things makes a huge difference. If you're trying to
Hmm.
do something all by yourself, you're trying to build a house by yourself, it's going to take a really long time. But if you get some people to help you and happen to have some people that know particular things, one guy's a plumber, one guy's a metal guy, boom, 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 the house is going to come right together.
Yeah.
In a recent presentation I did, I showed a picture of the Amish because the Amish have um, been noted to be able to build a barn like within 48 hours or within 24 hours. They just the call goes out and they're not even using the phones. I think they're just yelling, "Hey, Bob, we're gonna build a house. We're gonna build a barn next week."
Mm.
And pretty soon they got 400 guys there, and the thing's done in a day.
Yeah.
And that's the way we can be getting things done.
Yeah.
It's possible.
As a human species, not even limited to just, certain cultures or religions, right? Because I mean, we see that across a lot of different groups and um look at like how they're doing. I mean, they thrive. And when we're divided, it's like we're kind of confused. We don't really know what we're doing. So it's interesting, to use the Amish as an example or the Mennonites or other groups that are kind of similar or kind of offsprings of different ways of thinking. So yeah, I see that, like, we kind of talked about, integrating people together and, it's kind of why I create this event, right, is to bring speakers together and to bring people together. I thought it was actually really much necessary. If you think of a lot of celebrities out there online, it's like, how did they get famous? They usually most of them, if you think about it, a lot of them had connections. They had it through somebody they knew, they got an audience that they tapped into, they networked with other people, and that's technically teamwork, and so I definitely agree, like, people have to come together. That's why I create this event, and I'm doing the newspaper as well, so I can encourage people's voices. Lately I've just been saying, like, hey, if you need help, if you want to produce content, let's do this together. And I think that's definitely a very useful thing to do. And perhaps, like, because you talked about how people could also be, believing to do the wrong thing. Like, in the case of war, people might come together, be propagandized into doing the wrong thing. So it's kind of like, well, there's a bunch of people who are working together, but not for the right cause. They're doing it because they believe it's true or they believe it's right, perhaps, but it may not actually be right. So I think it also depends on the cause, right? Because we can come together, but what we're putting that energy toward or into, like you said, is what really matters. Am I right on that?
Oh, yeah, and like we were saying before, it is a weapon, right? When you have people working together, that can create. That's how we actually create weapons. People work together and they make weapons. And our military is some of the best examples of people working together in a very efficient manner. You got to give it to them. Other groups don't know how to perform action the way that military does. But, that's not the way we wanna be going about things, and our goal is not to destroy or, to harm others, But we can look at how they get things done, and we can learn from it, right? And
Mm.
and and as far as that goes, look at the most evil things in the world. Those of us that you could call conspiratorial, those of us have done some research and looked into, you know, these families these shadow governments behind governments, and then these shadow groups behind those, these occult um, families with this history of enslaving their fellow human beings. They're um, they're doing a really good job of organizing themselves, and they're doing a really good job of keeping their stuff fairly secret in many cases, and pulling off big jobs. And so, what are they doing that we're not doing as people who are good and don't want to harm other people?
Mm.
Well, it's tricky. That I think that's confusing to people in some ways. They're like, how could the world be run by evil people? The world's good, right? Well, like I grew up in religion. I went to Christian churches, and my memories of Christian churches, there's a lot of good good memories. I love the community aspect. I remember being at church camp. I remember being playing with the other kids. There are a lot of good aspects of church. However, that being said, there was always the propaganda, right? That's built into every religion, where you're being asked to take things on faith. You're being acted to expected to take stories as being true that sound suspicious. For instance, that was something that stuck out to me. So um, starting a whole new way of doing things based on principles and based on morality without religion just seems impossible to many people. And I think it's partly because they haven't ever heard that that's a possible way of doing things. But one example that comes to my mind, partly besides the Amish, is just many people that were early settlers here in this country who had to survive, and they needed each other, right? You needed a family to rely on. You needed other people to stay up and keep an eye out for the animals, or it's just a lot of things we can't do alone. And as we're going forward here in the future, we're going to find out that it's going to be harder and harder to survive as society breaks down, as things go wrong. I mean, it's just a matter of time till things get more and more difficult if people continue to act the way they act, which is immoral. And people are going to eventually be forced to recognize this morality problem, but that could take a long time. In the meantime, what I'm talking about is it is almost virtually impossible to convince somebody that they need to understand morality, or that they need to understand it different than the way they grew up and were indoctrinated in, let's say, a religion. It's just not that easy to do, if it is possible. People have to realize on their own.
Yes.
But what we can do is we can communicate with other like-minded individuals that already understand, and that we can agree with, that there is a such thing as morality, that there is such thing as objective truth. If we can sit on that common ground, then everything else from there, we don't have to really agree on specific details and points.
I
We
agree.
can work from that common ground. Without that common ground, I don't think we can create a team that's going to be effective. We're working towards evil,
Yes.
you know.
Yeah.
So
Especially
we
in light
need
of
that.
slavery.
That's the focus.
Well, yeah, especially
That,
with in light of slavery, right? Like if here's let's put ourselves back in the 1800s, especially, right, where you have overt chattel slavery, and people are like, well, hey, this is immoral, this is unjust. Well, and then there's a bunch of other people who are like, well, we need to keep this system for the economy, for this reason, for that reason. They start bringing the conversation to all these other ways of talking, and it kind of goes away from morality, but the moral issue is at heart. And within that, you had abolitionists of all kinds, people who, believed certain things and other people who believed other things, but they all agreed that slavery was wrong. And so it had to be abolished. It's kind of interesting. Yeah. So I definitely agree. Would you say like freedomcells.org is like a good networking website for people?
it's like any other tool. It's how you use it. I used freedomcells.org, and I met a friend. This was during a period of time when I was kind of in a rough transitional point in my life. I moved from one area to another, and I looked on the map and I found someone nearby. And within a month of moving to a completely new area, I made a friend who very much shared with me a lot of views. And this was right during the time of COVID, and he was right on the same page with me. He was not liking going in stores, and he didn't want to wear a mask. He didn't think it was right. He thought um, it was like a terrible thing to see people being so fearful of each other, and to be fearful being close to each other. And he just knew there was something wrong with this whole situation. But he was kind of like new to a lot of this stuff. And he met me, and here I'm somebody who's been looking into um, the problems in the world for quite some time. And so, um, we formed a cool friendship, and we from there we formed a little freedom cell that we were building, and it turned into 3 or 4 people, and we were meeting every week. And so, and I'm still in contact with that person. It's very difficult to keep something like that going. Um, After you get people together a few times, they start having personality conflicts. Um, it's really difficult to keep a group together and to keep it cohesive. That being said, that's not a reason not to try it and not to do it.
Right.
It's also the only way to make friends and long-term relationships is to reach out and to take those risks.
Hmm.
And so I would say use it. Use anything you can, you
Yeah.
know. And if you, I found out some of my best friends that I meet with every week in my natural law group, they had lived within half a mile where I lived before, where I was completely alone and I knew no one. And I thought no one, around me understood natural law or truth. And I had been living less than a mile away from these people that felt the exact same way. And I didn't even find that out until I moved away, you know? And I've heard other stories. Autonomy is a good example. I got involved with Autonomy, Richard Grove's program. It's another way to network with people. And I met people in Autonomy who were like practically neighbors. They had been studying the same work for years, and thought no one else around knew what they were talking about, and find out their very next door neighbor was right into the same thing they were into. So you don't find out until you try. So I would say, Freedom Cells is one way to do it. Facebook, as much as I hate it, it's another way to meet people. That's where I met, um, one of the most wonderful people in my life is the woman I'm with now. I met her through Facebook, and I didn't even like social media. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So use social media, use the newspaper, use whatever, Craigslist, whatever it takes to
The
meet
truth is the
people.
truth, right? It doesn't
You know,
matter where
right?
you share it.
But you got to get yourself out there, and you have to push yourself through some nervousness and meet someone new and take a risk. You know, and it takes doing that. And I get nervous, even though I'm an outgoing person. Sometimes I don't want to go meet someone who I've never met before, but I know it's worthwhile. And my good friend who I met through freedomcells.org, the first time we met, he took me paddleboarding. And now I go paddleboarding all the time and I love paddleboarding, So it just
Yeah.
goes to show it's possible. You can make friends, you can build foundation, and you can find opportunities, but you gotta be brave and you gotta take the initiative to try to meet people and advertise somewhere.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Somehow.
And that's creating the free world, right? Ourselves. Like that's putting it into action, like showing like, hey, this is how we can have a free world. At least that's how I look at it. Um, it's amazing. Like you said to me before, and we talked a little bit before we did this, the Common Law Assembly and what they're trying to do, bringing people together. And just to reiterate again, like there's no violence involved. People are coming together voluntarily on their own fruition. No one's coercing anyone into doing anything, and that is what separates it from, slavery or government or these organizations, which aren't so much organizations or businesses or voluntary hierarchies. There's false presumptions, there's titles and authorities that we're giving people, right? It's very different from the natural leadership that we're talking about here, where people actually are respected for their influence and people look up to them and they're being trained and taught, and there's teachers involved. Like it's like a doctor too. The word doctor comes from teacher. It's like they're not supposed to necessarily tell us what to do with our body. They're supposed to teach us what's going on, what's wrong, how could we perhaps heal ourselves. I mean, only I can truly live in this body. This is my real home. So what is people doing their own job versus like people doing the one great work? Because right, there's this thing we call the one great work, and I don't know if you want to kind of describe that and compare that. Like, is that different from people's everyday so-called job, and which one is really going to help us here?
Well, everything is part of everything else around it. And, I'm sure you've seen my end evil. I use the symbol of the tree of life because it describes well that all things are interconnected. Um, the one great work has been something that the way I see it, it is an individual job. Um, me talking about people coming together and doing things together is kind of the next step in a way, because in order for that to happen, like I said, for me to meet somebody else, I have to take that initiative and put the call out. And so what is me putting that call out? It's me having the bravery and the groundedness to be able to stand up above all the other heads and say, hey, I have something to say that's of value that needs to be heard. How do you get there? right? Well, you get there by doing work. And just like anything else, you don't make progress unless you do the work that it takes to do that. Okay. And so what it actually means is self-work. And this is like the most universal wisdom of all time, that talk about common ground. Almost anyone will agree that some of the best wisdom in the world is know thyself. You know, almost everyone will agree with that. Until we know ourselves, how can we help other people, right? And just like people drowning in water, if you're not on solid ground and you try to help someone drowning, they're going to pull you down too. So
Mm.
in order to do something in this world, we have to be on some sort of solid ground. And so I guess what I'm getting at is, what I really see the one great work as is why we're here, why we're on this universe, why we're on this reality, is we have something to figure out. Each of us does. We have a journey to go on. And that's a spiritual journey. The material is a way for us to experience it. It's time is a way for us to experience it. Our body is a way for us to experience it. The other people that we communicate with is a way for us to experience it. Nature is a way for us to experience it and to learn from it, you know. This is reality. This is us working through reality, is learning how to be a better person, you know, learning how to be a good person, learning how to understand the reality that we're in and what binds it together. And what it turns out is, if you're paying attention and you do that work, whether it's meditation or walking through nature or helping people that are sick, you know, those are the type of things you do that are like work thinking. You know, what did I do there? Was that the right thing to do? Why does it make me feel bad? You know,
Mm.
when we go through that type of work, that is the great work, right? Because we're trying to find what's the greatest thing in the universe, you know, what this is all made of. What's the reality? What's the one true thing? Well, it's that we're here experiencing it, and it has reality, and that we're having this opportunity to be part of it. So each person has a job to do, a responsibility, and a mission to be on. And you can pretend you don't and say you don't want to believe that, but nature and reality in this universe is going to drag you through those lessons one way or another. You know, even if you try to pretend it's not happening, it's still going to happen. And so anyone that becomes self-aware, and that's the symbolism of the eye, right? Opening the chakras, people have different ways of describing it. When you become aware, what you realize is that you're part of the great tree of life, and that you have a responsibility to be part of that. And what's cool about that is, in there's ultimate freedom. You can do whatever you want. You know, it's not just like one path for you and you only fit in one hole. That's not
Mm.
reality. Reality is not like that. It has
Right.
this thing called freedom. You can do screwed up things. You can go out and rape and kill and pillage. You have the freedom to, but you're going to have really terrible results. When you go out and pillage or rape, you're going to have people that really don't like you, and they're really mad, and they really want to kill you, and
Hmm.
you really deserve it.
Yeah.
So the great work is seeing what reality is and aligning with it, and seeing what you can do to make it better and to be part of the great tree. And so I really see it in this life as each person becoming the best version of themselves that they can be. And that's the only way that you're going to make teamwork work either, is because if you haven't done that inner work, that great work, from inside, to figure out what reality is and how you align with truth, then when you get together with other people, you're gonna have a bunch of problems. You're not gonna be able to get along, you know, because you
Hmm.
haven't really done that work first. So you haven't gotten to the point where you can stand above the crowd and be like, "Hey, I got something to say." So
Yeah.
that's the first part of the great work, is knowing yourself, getting to the point where you know that you have something that's valuable to say, and then saying it out loud so everyone can hear it. And then we can start, the people that are saying that can start working together on making something happen to help the rest of these people out that aren't getting it.
Yeah. And another thing I was thinking of when you were saying, like, sort of for people to be conscious or to think internally about themselves, to know thyself, is this idea that if you don't know, you won't say no, right? Because you're not making a conscious decision for yourself, understanding what it is you should or should not do. So in order to say no, instead of just saying yes or whatever comes to you, and you're just like, okay, I'll just do it, I'll just follow what everyone else is doing. Oh, that's the easy route. I'll just do what everybody else is doing. No, actually taking the time to sit back and say, well, is that actually a good choice? Is that a good decision? Am I contributing to violence by paying this tax? Am I contributing to violence by supporting this authority? Does this authority have any legitimate real authority? Does this piece of paper have any legitimate authority? Like, we really have to sit back and reflect and, like, is that natural? Is that moral? Is it truthful? And these things kind of interrelate, I would say. So, you talk about 5 activities, and of course, people can see it on the screen as well. I'll have it shown. There's 5 activities you have in a PowerPoint presentation that is provided for everybody to download. I recommend people check it out. And activity number 1 says to start a list. Activity number 2 says self-work. So that's where you talked about self-work. So that's number 2 after you start a list. So what do you take making a list of? Is it just potential things that you are working on? What is it exactly? Could you kind of fill us in on what are you starting a list for? Why does that become before self-work?
Um, when I was putting that together, I was thinking of some tips, and they're not necessarily in order of importance,
Okay.
but I was just kind of thinking of them in terms of some practical steps you could take, right? But the list might actually help with which direction you go with your work. Because let's say, for instance, like, what are things I'm interested in? You know, I like working out. I like running. Let's say, I like reading. Right? Those are the type of activities that I know I can do. Hiking. You know, paddleboarding. That those are things that make me feel good, and they're things that are good for me physically. Right? And when I get myself in a better physical place, then I have a better mental attitude. I can do better in the world. So, making a list of some of the things or places where I might be able to meet people too, right? Other people that like hiking, other people that like paddleboarding. What kind of places would they go to hang out? What kind of places online would they form groups? So this is giving you opportunities and ways to connect with other people, and the self work is going to be something that we're going to do before, after, and during these processes. So
Right.
I'm
So
not
some of these
necessarily saying.
activities can be interlinked then. Yeah.
And you know what? Meeting with people is going to be self work, because you're going to find that, like I said, forming a group is extremely difficult in today's world. People are very
Mm.
fractured. People have their own life going on, their own problems, and they're used to doing things their own way. And when you try to get people together, they start having conflicts. And most of us aren't used to dealing with those conflicts very well. So it's going to be an ongoing process, as far as the self work. And
Yeah.
what I've found is when I meet people, each person I meet has a little lesson for me to learn. And even
Yes.
the people that are difficult for me to deal with is a lesson for me to learn. And if you look at it that way, it's a lot easier to deal with people.
Yeah. And I think, some people might actually need help from other people once in a while, right? Like I might need to reach out for that extra hand. They might be looking for people who are like-minded. And that's why, we can provide them with some resources and a little bit of inspiration because there's a lot of people I run into and I talk to, and they're like, oh, I don't think I'll run into anybody who thinks like me. And like, oh, I don't think anybody in my community thinks like me. But little do they know, I talked to somebody next week who lives somewhere around their area. I'm like, "Are you really sure about that?" Like, I think it just takes a little bit of effort, and you could find somebody. And even if you go places where you don't expect, I went to political parties. Like, I would go to all sorts of different meetings, and I would find people, and there'd be at least somebody who'd be willing to listen, who cared enough about me as an individual to listen to me. And that's all I need to really say, like, hey, I'm speaking from the heart. That's all I'm doing. And they can sense that. They can feel that. They're in touch with their senses. They're not stuck into necessarily the systems or the strict way of doing things. Like you said, they're not necessarily just on that one path. They're open-minded. So not that they're like too constricted in their worldview, or not that they're too open-minded. They're willing to learn. And so I look for those individuals who are willing to learn. And sometimes I think, the work and stuff we put out online kind of attracts those eyes, the people who are interested. So it kind of does its own work, and it's always out there forever. So, I think it can help, and especially through the generations. I mean, this could last forever. So it's interesting. So you have start a list, right? Then you got self work, I'm just reading from the activities that were from your presentation. Reach out and touch someone. That was kind of what you were hitting on with, like, hey, you got to make sure to reach out to people and find teamwork. And I think, like I said, I think that could help a lot of people, especially in today's world, if people are being socially isolated or they don't have enough people who are like-minded or care enough about them. I think I've definitely met great people such as yourself in this community. I never expected to meet you, Chris, but you're a great guy. I met you and other people, and I could sense the heart, the soul, and just the way you speak and the way you present yourself. It's very nice. It's grounded, and I think there's a lot more people like that out there. I didn't know like I said, I'd run into any of these people. So another one that you say says ask for help. I think that's kind of along the lines I was mentioning, where it's like you might need somebody to help push you up. And how many times were there people in our lives who taught us something that we didn't know, like you said, or showed us a path, like this knowledge that we never saw before. The school system never taught us, or maybe our parents, our teachers, and it's like, wow, this is really interesting. And then number 5 is join something. So join something, yeah, like Freedom Cells, like we mentioned, or the Common Law Assembly, and there's probably many other organizations, right? There's a lot of people who are starting things as well. I have a movement, of course, I started. We have the One Great Work Network. If you have any other recommended resources, you can feel free to share. But yeah, what do you think about that? Is there any resources you think people should be aware of when it comes to this? Is there anything about these activities that people need to look at? I know that there's a lot of internal work that people have to do, but what can really help in their process? Is there a certain book, a certain meditation? What would you recommend?
What comes to mind right now, I've been obsessed with talking about this with people, because it's made such a big difference in my life, and that's like really small things. Okay. There's a book I read called Atomic Habits, and I really highly recommend this book. But it shows up in quite a few other formats. There's like the high performance habits, and a lot of these kind of big salesman speakers will talk about these things we can do to power ourselves up and to get things done in practically in life. But I've told this story over and over of 7 push-ups, where I wanted to start doing regular exercise, and I had never been consistent about that most of my life. And I decided to start being that way. And so I started doing 7 push-ups every morning. For me, 7 push-ups really easy because I'm skinny. I'm lightweight. And so I was able to do 7 push-ups, no sweat. And I just kept doing it every day, every day, every day, until it became so normal that I get up and do 7 push-ups that I started like, "Oh, you know what, I can do 17, I can do 20. And I do 100 push-ups every day now. The point is here, you got to take a small step. And it's what I'm going to call taking the initiative. And that's what we called it in the ropes course too, when we would take people on those the first little adventure. We would call it, the initiative. We were going to take people on this initiative. And it's funny because that same word shows up in the world of occult. If you want to become an initiate, and part of becoming an initiate is to stop lying to yourself, right? So it's really, that's the self work part of it, right? But when you get past to that and you're moving forward to this next step of reaching out, like I'm saying, to meet someone, like that's kind of why I'm saying make a list. Think of a couple things you can do. What's one practical thing you could do tomorrow? You could go post a comment on your favorite podcast and say, "Hey, I'm looking for anybody who wants to talk about this podcast Thursday nights." You know what I'm saying? That's a pretty simple thing to do. You can take your own initiative. You can set up your own meeting. "Hey, I started a server channel. I'm looking for anybody that likes popcorn and hiking and natural law." You know what I mean? Whatever it is,
Sounds
that's
good to
kind of what
me.
I'm saying. You got to start somewhere. Think of something you like. Think of something that other people like, and connect on that thing. Then you got a connection. That's the first thing. Okay, can we connect on another thing? Now we got it like a plane. Now we got a playing field. Now that's something we can work with. It doesn't work with the first one, let them go, get another one. You know what I mean? But you got to make that connection. So I guess what I would say is just start small. The atomic habits thing is the 7 push-ups thing. Is like you start with something you can do that doesn't push you so far out of your comfort zone that you want to give up, but you can see yourself doing. And so, but you got to actually do it. And so you got to I would say start with something on that you can do daily, that you can implement, in the morning before you get up or before you go to bed. I'm going to do one little video of me talking and I'm going to post it on Instagram, you know. I'm going to make one friend by the end of the year. I'm going to post in 3 different places, right? There's somebody locally in your town or your city that is ready to discuss these things with you and work with you. You just have to find them, which means you have to take some small step. And so, resources, I talked about autonomy. That was something I discovered. The One Great Work Network, something we're both part of, and I would recommend. The Freedom Cells is another one. And then from there, I would just recommend whatever social media you use, create a group, invite people. And then the other thing I think is an awesome resource is podcasts. Almost a lot of the podcasts I listen to, people within the podcast have formed communities and they meet in some form or another. And so I think that's a great way to meet people and to get together with people and form community.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, so would you say there's any actions that you don't see being done by like independent media, a lot of content creators out there that you would like to be seeing uh doing? Because I create a movement. I see that there's a lot of people who can come together and, like we said before, unite among like these ideas of just freedom, really basic morality ideas. Is there any particular action that you would recommend for independent media or content creators that you would like to see more, or people who do have an audience?
Well, what's really difficult to see always is that most content is based on the news cycle. It's really focused on the big theater, and I'm really trying to get away from that. I'm trying to encourage people to really end the discussion about whatever political BS is going on and bring the discussion towards what do we do in our day-to-day lives and what's right and what's wrong. That's hard though. For being a content creator, you're trying to get people's attention. So they're trying to bring up subjects that people are going to be interested and show up for. So I guess given that that is still part of the game, I would just encourage anybody and everybody to bring it back to morality, bring it back to the core principles and break whatever you're starting the topic with at the end, break it
Hmm.
back down to what do we actually do about it,
Right.
you know? And what really matters for the future generations of people and the future generations of humanity. What's right just because it's right, not because it's what feels good or what's not scary.
Good point. Really good point. The fact that they can like break it down and really get to the root cause of it, rather than just covering the news or just covering what floats to the top. I definitely agree with that. So how did you kind of come to understand what you understand? Because obviously, I mean, you've put out a lot of different presentations and podcasts by now, and it's cool because we kind of like started out together in my content too. So how long were you a statist, would you say? And when I say statist, I mean somebody who believes in the legitimacy of government or authority and believes that somebody has the right to rule over you or your property. How long were you a statist, and how did you get out of that? I kind of like to ask a lot of people this question.
Sure, yeah. Well, I'm 46 now, and I'd say when I was in my late 30s was when I really started looking into um, the ideas. I think 2012 for me was kind of a big year, and it was. I mean, I was disturbed by 2001 when I saw what happened on 9/11, and I was always a questioning type person. I was always like I was left in a room for 2 days with the Rubik's cube, and I figured out how to make solve it. That's the way my brain is. I don't when someone gives me a riddle, I don't want the answer. I'd rather work on it for 3 days, even if I have to get out a paper and take notes. I want to figure this stuff out. I've always kind of been that way. Always been the kind of person that wants to know why. I don't
Yeah.
just like the easy answer. So I've always kind of been that way. I've always been a little bit of a rebel, and high school was really tough for me for that reason. But yeah, I remember. saying "Go Obama." Let me put it that way. I thought I still kind of had some hopes that maybe Obama was going to bring some change or something, and so that was about the shifting point for me. Though it was about that time where I was already looking into a lot of this stuff, and so it was about 10 years after 9/11 that I really started digging into that, and that was kind of what opened the curtain for me because then I got into weather engineering from there, and that really shook my world up. And for me, what really shook my world up wasn't me realizing, oh, they're spraying stuff in the sky. That was really a difficult subject, and I was really having trouble even deciding at first whether I believed that was true. But what really broke things open for me was noticing the way people reacted when I tried to discuss that
Hmm.
subject or discuss 9/11 and be like, why does it, what about this? What about that? Why is this plane doing moves a plane shouldn't do? Why did this guy's passport survive? When you start asking some of the hard questions and people avoid the topic or don't want to discuss it, or you say, well, why are these planes flying like that? Why are they making circle shapes in the sky? That doesn't make sense. If they were just flying, why would they do that? And then people were shutting me down, not wanting to have the discussion, not open enough to ask these questions. And so that was what made me really realize, like, wow, I didn't realize just how asleep people are, and that was kind of like what cracked my whole world open. And so, yeah, for me, that really started happening around 2011, 2012. And then ever since then, by the time COVID came along, I was like, I was ready for it. I was starting to put out my own reasons why you shouldn't wear a mask in like the first couple months of COVID. I was like, as soon as they first started doing it, I knew it was wrong immediately, and I knew a lot of reasons why it was wrong. So, yeah, I guess that's kind of been my path. Some of those big events that I researched and saw that these questions have no answers and that most people don't want to know the answers. Um, it shook my world and it made me look deeper and deeper and deeper, and I had to keep asking why. And what I've realized is the ultimate answer is the reason why is because people don't understand the difference between right and wrong. And that really is what it boils down to, is that we're out of balance with nature, we're out of balance with the law as humans, and we have the ability to get in balance. And
Hmm.
that's why things are chaotic and screwed up, because we're out of balance, you know?
Yeah, I think it's amazing how I'll talk to all these researchers, and I'm a researcher myself, and how we've come to this conclusion, one based in philosophy, one that's not based in necessarily like all the research and oh, here's the evidence and history. And no, like we came to something based on our natural reality, something that we can observe and understand for ourselves. It doesn't require internet research, it just requires a little bit of spark of looking around the world and realizing how people react, like you said. I think that tells us a lot about our world, just the way people act, the way people react as well. So when we say something like slavery and say it's still existing today, people may be like, whoa, what are you talking about? Oh, slavery doesn't exist today. And it's like, are you sure about that? Like all the abolitionists back then actually said it's not just chattel slavery. There's more to that equation, and we had it for thousands of years. And it's amazing to me how fast people are just to say, "Oh no, it's already done away with," as if the school narrative is just to be taken as truth. And nothing else happened. The Civil War was totally a war that everybody wanted. Abraham Lincoln was totally a president everybody wanted. It's like, yeah, no, back then they even had conflicts just as much as they did
Well,
today.
and think about the progression. You do agree. Someone will agree that there was a time when there was slavery, right? Well, what happened before that time? What led to that slavery, right? Wasn't there a process, that got people in that position? Isn't it possible that we're in a process like that? Is that where you want to end up again, in that type of slavery? Maybe that's what's happening. And it's like looking at the trends and thinking about how people got into the position they got in. And it's kind of the same thing with anarchy. There have been times in history when people got along really well without a bunch of rulers.
Yeah.
um, it is possible. It is possible, and it can happen again. It is happening right now in small pockets, of the world. So It's partly our imagination of what's possible, and it and for a large part for each of us, the great work is taking the initiative, doing something with this amazing gift we have, this body, this mind. You have it, use it.
Yeah.
Put your energy into asking the why and what should I be doing, and the answers will come.
Hmm. Yeah. Well, I think we'll leave it at that. Didn't you do a presentation on slavery? If you want to share that with people.
I think they all all my presentations touch on slavery in one way or another, but
Probably.
I'm not sure which specific one you're talking about. Oh,
Yeah.
there was one called The Grind where I
Yeah,
talked
that's
a
one.
lot about
That's the one I'm
where I
referring
was
to.
trying in The Grind, I was really trying to show how our jobs wind up being slavery, and just kind of like show the gritty truth of that as much as I could. So yeah, that's a cool one to check out. You can see all my stuff on endevil.life. All my podcasts are posted there. But I'm on YouTube and Facebook, and you can also find me on the One Great Work Network. Um,
Awesome. Yeah, I definitely recommend everybody check out Chris. Your work is fantastic. I saw the grind one. That was the one I was referring to.
yeah,
Thank you very much, Chris, for joining me. I'm going to conclude it right now. Like I said, if anybody wants to check out your work, that's Chris Jansen. So that's Chris. Last name is Jansen, Jantzen. Check out the downloadable resource as well. And there's many other speakers like Chris out there for this summit. Thank you very much for joining us. Go to nita.one/summit, nita.one/summit. This is the End of Slavery Summit. Thank you very much for watching. Take care. All right. That was Chris Jansen, everybody. Hey, Libercast. Bonjour. Nice to see you. Coming in at a very casual, good time because that's when I introduce the next interview. And the next interview is St. John Pinol Tridester III. Goodness gracious, it takes up half the screen, the name. I can't even fit it most places, but he's a great guy, and I even know him in real life, which is pretty awesome. He's from the same state as me, but he is really awesome in this interview. He goes over mental health and the whole mental state of the world, and does a whole sort of occult analysis of it as well, using symbology. He's got a lot of expertise in a lot of different things. I mean, this guy doesn't really brag about what he does, but let's just say he'll pull up with a limousine to somebody who really needs help, and he'll change their life. This guy is really, really cool, so you'll love this guy. I like him, at least. Maybe I'm a little biased. I'm very biased. What am I talking about? But nice to see you guys. DK, Libercast, John Smith. We got Mandatory Myocarditis. We got Shine, Bright Star. Yeah, awesome. Thank you guys for stopping by. I saw a lot of you guys popped in during the last interview. And, of course, the people who are quiet, who are always out there, I thank you as well. You don't have to always type in the chat. You're still appreciated. And for the people who watch afterwards, of course. And so we're going to continue here and watch John Pinol Tridester III. I wonder if any of you guys can spell that out without seeing the name. Anyways, let's begin. Hello, welcome. This is Corey Angelot. Welcome to the End of Slavery Summit. I'm here with a very special guest, somebody with very intriguing content. We're going to be talking about a very important issue, something that I've had to deal with other people in high school and throughout a lot of my life. A lot of people struggle with this topic, and it's something that we're going to dig a little deeper into and also look at some of the other aspects of mental health that I feel like not a lot of people look at. such as the spiritual aspects, may you say. And I have somebody here. His name is John Pinule Chadester III, and he also calls himself a saint, or at least that's his like nickname. He told me. But I'm gonna have him introduce himself to the audience. He's got a lot of very intriguing stuff. Like I said, his website is thelostprinciple.com, so I recommend you check that out. He also has slides and a lot of great stuff to share with us. So share a little bit about yourself and what we're going to get into.
Yeah, so I was born and raised in the city of Philadelphia. Uh, Grew up in the inner city. My mother put me in schooling that was outside of my neighborhood, so I was exposed to like multiculturals and beliefs, and all the different aspects of the system that as it exists. So, my name's John Penwell Chidester III. Some people will refer to me as Mr. John. And if they say Mr. John, I'll know that they're talking to me from a facility or somewhere that I had worked in the past couple of years, a psychiatric hospital or rehab. I've done a lot of work out in the street for assisting, the members of humanity who still suffer. Okay,
Yeah.
so in the process of doing that and operating nonprofit recovery housing, which I call Dynasty Recovery Lifestyle, I was out on the streets in the city of Philadelphia, and I was assisting, members of humanity who still suffer, the homeless, people with severe mental health issues, people that are addicted to drugs and alcohol. And by doing that, they kind of gave me the nickname of St. John because I would talk about spirituality very openly. I think it's something that needs to be talked about openly, and it has to be all inclusive. There's no such thing as a right or wrong way when it comes to all that. The only thing that really ever matters is not to harm another person. So that's the golden rule. Everybody knows that. So
Yeah.
but yeah, so I have one significant quote. I try to get it in with everybody when I talk to them. I put it all over my stuff everywhere. It's one's intention is the foundation of one's reality. If you have good intentions, more than likely you're going to have a good reality. And if you don't, eventually you will. If you have bad intentions, and this is my own personal experience, I have had bad realities. I mean, I've been everywhere from prison inside of a prison to dead twice. So I really take this topic very seriously, mental health, working in the field. I think it was really important to understand and know what I was dealing with, like on every level possible. So,
Right. Yeah, so we'll kind of tie that into people's personal conflicts and then sort of like the mentalities that we see throughout the whole world. I think we can get into toward the end. Maybe some of your personal experience. You said with recovery houses. I'm very interesting with that. Very interested with that because it seems like something that some people they once they experience and see other people suffering, they realize their own scenario is not as bad, or they should be more grateful about their own life. And they learn a lot from just seeing other people and their suffering. And there's a lot to learn generally from any suffering, right? I mean, it's teaching us a lesson as to like this shouldn't happen near to anybody, or we can prevent this, we can do something about it. So when we talk about the mental state of humanity, your first slide here, could you kind of go over what you're describing on this first slide?
yeah, so I gave you a couple slides. The one that I sent you was a rendition of a tarot card. It's called the Sun card, and I know
Okay.
like a lot of people don't believe in occultic practices and all that. That's fine, but this is what I'm going to say. Uh,
They don't know
the
about it.
state, the state of humanity. Like I'm a rootist. I like to go to the source. Like where does this stuff come from? How did this happen? And in my research, I've come to the conclusion that there's symbolism being used against us as a weapon. Propaganda, the different types of media that's in play, um, food sources, general consensuses of like what's right and what's wrong. Like a lot of people, street justice, like, uh, if it's not something that's pertaining to them individually, they ignore it. And like we've seen that over the past 2 years, like all these people coming out of the woodwork to do stuff for themselves to benefit not only their families and their individual self, but their communities at large. So like
Mhm.
they come out, like because they were pushed into a corner where they had to do something. See, we don't have to let it get that bad. We can actually do something prior to that. And this is where the hope comes in, like
Mm.
we have the power within us. So the first slide, it says, Mental State of Humanity, the shit show description. So I'm just going to break it down to you. Like, this is a brief diagnosis of the mental state of humanity. There's a lot of socio-psychopathic behaviors going on, you know, and they come from these roots of selfishness and self-centeredness. Now, this is my personal experience. Like, when I was utilizing drugs and alcohol and I was living in a criminal lifestyle, I ran around and I hurt people, and it was all about me and what I could do for myself. If anybody got in the way of that, I either ran over them or ran away from them. Usually depending on if they loved me or not. If they loved me, they were getting it both. So, you know, and then the other part of it was the self-control, the self-centered, like the lack of self-control, like the lack of ability to find a solution, like being in and out of the process, like, you know, putting together a couple months without touching a drink or a drug, and then trying to figure out, you know, how did I get here again? I'm sitting in a jail cell. You know, I'm OD'd on a hospital gurney. How did this happen to me again? And like, I had to explore, you know, like that more than what I believed was going on. Like, I didn't know it all. Like, I had to get out of my own way. That was a big thing. Like, to admit to yourself that you were wrong, right? And then understand that there was something better in play that you could do for yourself that could affect not only you, but all the people around you. Like, that self-admittance, they call it self-acceptance. Once you admit it to yourself, now it's time to accept it. So once you accept it, you might have a better understanding of it. So the other thing, that's what I call like unconsciously unaware. Like, a lot of humanity, a lot of the people walking around right now, especially in like the freedom movement and, you know, the anti this movement, there's all these different labels that go on. And there's a lot of diversity and chaos. And, you know, like they use the Hegelian dialect to try to separate us and keep us all apart. Because when we're aware of something, it changes the dynamics of our reality. It changes our relationships. You know, having the knowledge, like when it comes from within or whether it comes from someone else, when you have the inner knowledge of the situation, there's no gambling involved. Like, you know, the outcome, whether it's good consequences or bad consequences, you're going to understand what they are. So if I were to go out and pick up drugs again in my life or commit a crime again in my life, there's a consequence. I'm going to have to pay for that. But if I were to turn around and open up nonprofit recovery houses and drive all around the city of Philadelphia in a limousine, helping people get the rehabs and, you know, helping people get on track with their recovery processes, there's good consequences that came from that. I built lots of good relationships. So that's like the shit show description. I mean, it's really bad. Socio-psychopathic behaviors. We're stuck in a lot of negative agreements as a society. And, you know, we use this term in the 12-step processes and in the facilities, it's stinking thinking. So like I said, if you don't have the knowledge, then you're using negative. If you're using negative patterns to like rectify things, negative processes to correct the situation, then you're not really correcting anything. You know, it's like putting a Band-Aid on a bullet wound. It's just not going to do anything. Right. A lot of the holistics, a lot of the healthcare that's available to people in the recovery process, whether it's mental health issues or drugs and alcohol or criminal lifestyle or behavioral health choices, they all utilize the standard system of the Rockefeller medicine organization that's out there. And if you don't know, you have to do your homework, like the origins of where all this stuff comes from.
Allopathic.
Now, I had to do some real homework. Like I had some ideas about, you know, like conspiracy and like, you know, like greed and government processes, you know, so I tried to put these things together in a way in my mind where it was making sense to me. Like, because there was times where it felt like everybody was out to get me. And the only person that was really getting me was me. And I still get me.
Yeah.
So, you know, so I did want to say that.
But I like the fact you're willing to not just blame them, you're willing to blame yourself to some extent. Like you found where you had to blame yourself and you found where you had to blame these people who created the system, because there's a lot of people I may talk to who had experiences and they went to jail. That doesn't mean, well, that's why we're all, against the government or against this powers that be. That's not the reason why. It's because necessarily our personal experience, even though that does make a pretty big difference. The reason why is because we can see that there may be a fault within not just ourselves, but the system too. And that the system does not actually help ourselves. And we see it, right? We see it's not actually helping people. So you mentioned allopathic medicine and the Rockefellers Foundation and all this stuff. I mean, I agree. I mean, doctors don't learn about nutrition either, right? We don't learn how to eat properly. That's a really core fundamental premise for all of humanity and how we
Absolutely.
nourish ourselves.
Absolutely. And like the lack of knowledge, but also the lack of root. Like, all right, so a lot of people think the disease of addiction is something that, you inherit genetically from your parents. Well, that just doesn't seem to be the case if you start doing this homework and you start looking at these different studies that are involved. Um, Thimerosal and different variations of it, when it's introduced to the bloodstream and it goes to the brain, there's studies that show that the dopamine DRD4 receptors and the opioid mu receptors are damaged, lessened, and weakened as a result of this. So I just talked about that in my last episode, but I
Now,
think that
what's
this
thimerosal? What's thimerosal, just for people who don't know?
thimerosal is one of the chemicals involved with vaccinations.
Okay.
When I was a child, my mother did her motherly duty of taking me to the doctors and getting regular checkups and dentist appointments and all that great stuff. And you're part of this system, and you just think that this is the way it is, and this is the way it's supposed to be, and nobody questions anything, and we're all okay with it.
Right.
Well, I'm not okay with it anymore, and I had to come to that conclusion that like people don't care. People just don't care. So I started up a bunch of stuff, different social platforms, all that kind of stuff, to get involved with bringing people to the realization that they're not caring. So like the origin of the shit show, right? And this is exactly where it comes from. It's not just these high level elites and greedy, whatever they are. Some people refer to them as dark occultists. Now, some people call them the Illuminati. I don't buy into any of that stuff. I think these people know knowledge on a psychological level that they've been utilizing against us for generations, probably since the beginning of mankind or humankind. And like a lot of people, well, I don't believe in that. That doesn't. Well, the good news is that it's good that you're not supporting a negative system. Okay. But to ignore the fact that it exists, just because I don't believe in something or you don't believe in something, Corey, doesn't mean that other people aren't believing in it and following it. I really get like choked up a little bit when I talk about the psychology and the symbols, because everything that I've done up to this point has been symbolic, as a representation of standing for what's right, standing for love and truth and freedom. You know, who is the adversary? Like this is one of the things that I couldn't figure it out. Like I'm looking at people and they're telling me, well, you're studying that stuff and this stuff's going on, and and these are people that are carrying around religious books that's filled from
Right.
front to back with symbolism and dream interpretations and
It's all around us.
prophetic visions and remote viewing and all these topics that are like off topic. So
Yeah.
that's the origin of a lot of it.
People don't
And
realize how much the occult is around them, and all it stands for is hidden, right? So
right,
all it
yeah,
means is there's knowledge or there's certain things that are influencing you that you may not know are influencing. Like you said, it's kind of like you're unconscious of it, but it's happening, and I think that also affects people's mental health, right? It's like those things that are in the background or those things that people expose themselves to, they don't realize what it's doing to them, or
right,
like the
exactly.
vaccine, for example.
Exactly. So, you want to do your homework when anything you're putting into your body, you should thoroughly understand what you're doing to yourself.
Hmm.
I'm struggling right now. I gave up cigarettes. So it's another addiction, a behavioral action that I'm trying to cancel out. And this is what I try to explain to people, like now we're at our recovery plan of the slide, right? And this is
Okay.
the best part because, like you got to understand, like your brain is what's controlling you and your perspectives and your abilities and your attitudes, all on the mental level, all comes from our brain. So we've been bombarded with attacks and propaganda and all these different things. So what I always tell people in the groups and the seminars that I conduct is that you have 4-lane highways of neural pathways in your brain that are for destructive practices, negative attitudes, negative affirmations, de-affirmations, all these different things. And you have 4-lane highways and you just shut them down and put up a toll booth. And then you've got these dirt trails of things that you may have known as a child, neural pathway, dirt roads that need to turn into 4-lane highways. So like I utilize the brain as the key to the answer, the key to the solution, because in our recovery plan, what we want to do is we want to set ourselves up with totally understanding the origin of our situation. And then, well, first we have to realize that it's occurring. Then we have to, find the origin. And then once we find the origin, it's about, well, what do we do to get away from that? How do we work towards, moving towards the, light, so to speak, and with a good recovery plan, you'll work your brain. You'll work your brain. You'll retrain your thought patterns. Okay. You'll develop systems that assist you with that, maybe alarms on your phone or, other things along them lines. So we're going to get into that a little bit more with the other slides. I really want to delve into that a little bit because it's important, like how we're going to get there as individuals, as a species. How do we get there?
Okay, great. Yeah. So you have your next slide goes over the definition of psych. And it says from the 1640s, animating spirit, the human spirit or mind. Isn't that interesting? And I actually didn't know this. From Latin psyche, from Greek psyche, the soul, mind, spirit, life, one's life. And everybody always says, oh, well, spiritual has nothing to do with science. And the invisible animating principle or entity which occupies and directs the physical body. Understanding the mind as the seat of thought, faculty of reason, also ghost, spirit of a dead person, probably akin to psyching, to blow, breathe, also to cool, to make dry. Interesting. So,
yeah. So
why is that? Yeah.
What's involved here is we're talking about psychology. We're talking about psychiatric. We're talking about these words have origins. So psychology or psychiatric, they mean something, and definitions of words don't change just because we try to change them. They are what they are. I'll always be me, you'll always be you, bro.
Right.
And that's the realest I can get with it. But the like stand in front of people in a hospital setting with Rockefeller diplomas all over the wall, and these people are telling me this is the answer, pharmacology is the answer, and all this stuff, and I'm like, I go to the root of these words and I'm like, these are not the answers. These are the problems. And then you want to turn it around and make it look like this is some kind of intellectual exercise that we're all doing to each other. When really these words are based in spirit. It's very interesting that a lot of people, they'll say that they don't believe in spirituality or they don't believe in, religious or, any of that kind of stuff. But yet they'll use the word psychology on a regular basis.
Yeah, that's interesting, right? I like that. I think that's really cool. So, faculty of reason, which I think is a very powerful word too, just to say psych, the faculty of reason, because how many times have I seen that word reason just through the study of natural law and a lot of these concepts? Understanding the mind and how the mind is responsible for everything we create in this world. Everything starts in the mind, principle, mentalism, right? The invisible animating principle. Invisible, right? Which means spiritual, pretty much.
And it's funny, the word animates in there. That's attributed to like what a lot of people are involved with anime and stuff like that. There's all these different facets where it shoots off. So
right, to blow, to breathe, to cool, to make dry. That's interesting.
Yeah. So if you look at the symbol that I utilized on the side there, that's the general symbol that they use for medicine. And any kind of hospitalization, all these people that are involved with this field. And that symbol is at the top. You have these two wings, and then you have a rod that shoots through the wings. Now, the idea is if that's your soul, right? And those wings are your journey to get to where you need to go next, right? The two snakes that you see intertwined, the real interpretation of that should be somewhere along the lines of balancing masculine and feminine abilities, balancing right and left brain attributes, like all these things. And then, correctly identifying words and situations, like if you have a situation that occurs, you want to get to the root of the problem, you want to deal with it, and you want to move on from it,
Right.
and like we're not in any position to move on from anything because we're still not addressing the root of any of it.
Hmm. Yeah, and it's such a commonly used symbol, and it's obviously spiritual just in its nature. I mean, really, like wings on a rod with snakes. I mean, who would think
Right.
about that for medicine, right? It's like it's obviously these things have their roots in very long practices that have gone on for many hundreds of thousands of years, right? So your next
Yeah,
slide
and there's
goes,
also, yeah,
yeah,
I'm sorry.
no, go
There's
ahead.
also this whole like mental, physical, mental, spiritual, right? So
Mm,
if you looked at it in a mental way, right, you would say that, by my actions, by my thoughts and my love and ability to logically, orderly go up, I can ascend, right? Ascension, right? And then if you look at it on, that's a mental level. If you look at it on a spiritual level, you've got the masculine and feminine energies. You got the right and left paradigm, like I said, right? But you also have the Kundalini and
mm,
the sacred chrism, like these different concepts that have been thrown around or lost or put away or whatever. People talk a lot about the chakra systems, and they don't even understand that it's who we really are, the energy centers within us.
right.
So Native Americans, when they were out doing their thing, they could hear their families or their enemies coming 5 miles out. And there's a reason for that.
Mm,
Our heartbeat, when we walk into a room, they have the science and technology to show you that your heartbeat's radiating, like 15 feet in every direction.
mm,
Every time your heart beats, it's like a pulse that goes out into the universe. So, like if you're using right thinking and you have good intentions and, you understand, which means you've done the homework and you've researched the topic, you can move on from, wherever
mm.
you're at. You can problem solve, you can find solutions, you can work with others, but this word psyche, it blew me away when I looked it up. But I actually came across it because I was like reading mythology.
Mm.
And I believe it was Socrates that said it, like he said it in some of his words. And I said, psyche, that's how they talk about soul. So I started to do more homework. And that's when I discovered that that word is not what they say it is. It's
Wow.
not the only thing going on, but that's a big part of it.
Yeah.
The other thing that I wanted to say is, like when I talk about like when I talk about doing this like for yourself, right? This is an individual journey. I mean, you could hear from other people in your recovery plan. You could hear from other people, different situations, what worked best for them. But you have to find what's going to work best for you, and that's the most important thing. Best practices is how it's commonly talked about
Mm,
with certain people, like how to, going over the idea of if you make mistakes and you come across troublesome situations, that you have to persevere through it. You have to learn from your mistakes. You have to not repeat the patterns, right?
yeah. So our next slide here, the three powers of the creation of polarity. Could you kind of break that down and sort of connect what we've been saying with this too?
Yeah. So hold on, let me make sure I'm looking at the same slide as you.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah. So the three powers of creation. Now, where I came across this the first time was I was reading the Gospel of Mary, and in there she talks about, like there's this little poem that says something about, like desire says to soul, desire says to soul, you went right past me, you didn't see me, right? And then, like soul says to desire, I wore you like a garment and you did not know me. Right. So, like desire seeing soul ascend while this is going on. So the process involved with it is that these three powers create the duality, the polarity that exists in our society. So duality is something that's definitely there. There's no way you can get around it. I like the picture that I have because it kind of shows that a little bit, right? But the other thing is that every single thing does have its opposite. And I utilize duality and polarity in groups when I'm talking to people about the recovery process. And this is my personal experience, that if I hadn't had those experiences that were like, hitting a bottom, having the darkness, over my life, being at the lowest point, like if I hadn't been there, there's no way that I would really understand and appreciate what this looks like in life. The happiness, the joy, the love, the connection, the unity. Without this part of my life, this wouldn't even be relevant to me. I promise you that unless you experience the one side of things, you're never going to understand and appreciate the other side. So I utilize that in groups. Like I tell that this is a way to empower yourself. When you look at things in the light of, I've been there, I've done that, and I can help others, get away from that, like that kind of attitude. So,
right.
Yeah. So it says everything is dual, everything has poles, everything has its pair of opposites. Opposites are identical in nature, but different in degree. Extremes meet, all paradoxes must be reconciled. So I actually borrowed this clip from Mark Passio. And if you don't know who Mark Passio is, whatonearthishappening.com. You can find his material. It's great. This is one of the slides he utilized. I changed the color a little bit so that it went along with my theme here. But the information, like I can only touch on these topics slightly. But natural law is going to be like when you talk about nature is the answer. Like I love that because natural law is the only way we're going to straighten out. Well, it's going to get straightened out regardless from natural law. Whether we're working with it or against it, that's going to be our choices. So the polarity is that if you understand that opposites are going to have to occur in order for you to learn, in order for you to reason, use that word, in order for you to come to the conclusions that you need to come to recognize, like desire, judgment, and ignorance are the three powers that the Gospel of Mary mentioned. And I believe it's chapter 8, and it starts at like verse 13 or 12 or 10 or somewhere around there, but it's chapter 8. And it's the three powers. So it's desire, judgment, and ignorance. We could break them down a little bit because, again, a lot of people utilize words in the English language and they don't understand the actual meaning behind the words of what they're saying. Right. So let's take a look at desire.
Yeah, we have a slide for that, right? So this is, it says it's a verb, to wish or long for, express a wish to obtain. And desiring from Old French desire, wish, desire, long for, wish for, demand, expect, await what the stars will bring. From the stars, from Sidus, genitive, sidereus, heavenly body, star, constellation. So you consider, So tell us a little bit about that.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you what I believe desire is. Okay, and that's a very vague definition, right? And it's all over the place, right?
Yeah,
it talks about stars, it talks about spirits, it talks about connections, and trying to get somewhere, right? Trying to do something, trying to attain something, trying to possess, right? It's control. It's all about control, right? It's about embodiment of it's the fuel and the action when you deal with the principle of care. So the principle of care is the 8th principle in the Hermetic Principles, universal law, natural law, whatever you want to ascribe that name to. It's
Right.
the eighth one. It's the lost one. And that's why I named my website after what I did, because when I discovered this principle, it changed my life forever. The principle of care. What I put my care into on a daily basis is going to manifest my reality. So like if I'm desiring for drugs, if I'm desiring for alcohol, sexual activity, desiring for money, property, prestige, all the power, all those things that, keeps getting regurgitated over and over to us. If I place my care in those things, then my desires is going to, be misdirected. So what we want to do is we want to rein in our desire. We want to pay more attention and focus to what we care about.
Yeah.
When you understand what your reality is actually being created by what you're caring about on a regular basis. If you I've looked into the simulation thing a little bit too, like, and how that plays into mental health. Our bodies are just hardware. The software is all of our experiences. But the driving juice, current, electricity that goes into the system, that is care. That's care. So our body automatically knows how to care for itself with, if we get cut or we get harmed, we break a bone, it heals, all those kind of things. But like when it comes to mental, like we how do we heal something we can't see? Right. So like they sell us this idea of pharmaceuticals and, different processes that could or could not work, and we stand on the sidelines, not understanding where it really all comes from. So like when to wish or long for, express a wish to obtain, right? 1200. This is an old word, right? To wish or long for, to express a wish to obtain, right? So it's the expression, it's doing, it's the actual doing of the caring. So like I'm misdirected in my care, I'm caring about the wrong things. I have selfish desires. Unselfish desire would be, I just spoke to a woman yesterday. She a rescue advocate for animals, right? So she's running around. Her care is focused on caring for animals, right? So that's what she desires to do. That's unselfish desire, right? So, but the interesting part about this word is when it breaks down and it says long for, wish for, demand, expect, right? So this is where like our brain starts to go haywire, because when we're not getting our way, we get frustrated, we get angry, right? And we have to understand it comes from fear. It comes from fear. The one thing that creates that fear is that we're lacking in lacking in the understanding of the situation, lacking in the knowledge that it's going to take to get through the situation, right? But we're also lacking with the identity of who we truly are and what we're capable of doing here. If you utilize natural law properly, your desires, unselfish desires, are going to manifest a beautiful reality around you. So there's that. So the fear comes from that aspect, but it also comes from disconnection, right? So now this person that I wanted to, do something that they didn't do. So, like I'm angry and upset that they didn't do it, right? Mentally, right? Emotionally, I'm getting worked up, like my actions and behaviors getting a little erratic. Maybe I do something drastic, maybe I don't, right? But what I'm looking at is I'm disconnected. I'm disconnected. Instead of me and you working and communicating to resolve the issue or move forward with the process, right? Whatever it is, we end up hitting a brick wall, and that person, and this is where the next word comes into play. If you want to go to the next slide.
Sure.
Right? Oh, well, hold on. Before we do that,
okay.
I do think it's very interesting that situs is one of the words in there. It says genitive sidereus, right? And it's heavenly body star constellation, right? So like, when we were created, when the universe was created, Big Bang, whatever happened, right? A lot of the ancient texts and books that I've looked at regarding the psychology behind all that says things like, like we're stars, we're part of stars. It makes sense in a lot of ways, right? That we're products of our universe, right? We're
Right.
pieces of that, right? But the other thing it says is that each one of us has a designated star, that sees over us, right? And
Yeah.
that's really interesting. That's really interesting, right? So what does that mean? That means that
Hmm.
somehow, some way, right? We have to understand that our desire, right? The real definition of the word desire, right, as it's shown here, is incorporated with both our our actions, right? Our our geographical and um, spiritual location in time and place, right? So if you look into astrology, because this is a big, I used to run soul charts, natal charts for people all the time, because the more you can learn about yourself, how much better off can you be, right? The more I learned about me and why I came here and what I'm supposed to do here, the more direction I had, the more positive feedback I was getting, the more dedication and drive, the more organization, the more, all these things, more love, freedom, and truth that occurred, right? Uh, so like you got to understand that the stars influenced everything, right? So if
Mm.
some of these people that look into this astrotheology and astrology and soul charts and all this stuff, we land on this planet at a date and time at a location, and all the atmospheric, all the stars and planets all have an impact on that land. Like we talk about Venus like the planet of love, we talk about Mars the planet of action, like this kind of thing, right? Sun
Right.
being the father, moon being the mother, right?
Right.
That kind of thing. So like we have to understand that our desire is our expression of the soul, right?
Hmm.
So
Yeah. That's interesting. So yeah, and it's when you talk about desire, I mean, it's so important, especially like you said, whatever you put your care into is what ultimately manifests. In Buddhism, desire is like the number one sin, because of how powerful it is. Yeah, so let's look at
it-
ignorant.
yeah,
Lacking
so
wisdom or knowledge, unaware. Old French, ignorant. Not knowing, ignorant. Not to know, to be unacquainted, mistake, misunderstand, take no notice of, pay no attention to, not, opposite of, interesting, plus aware, acquainted with, to know, um, yep, do. So it's getting its source from knowledge and the fact that it's not present mainly.
right. So this is one of the biggest problems that we have
I agree.
in the mental health of humanity right now.
Mhm.
Ignorance. The true definition of the word ignorance, which is here. There's no hidden messages of spirituality or souls or stars or any of that in this definition. But this is the most important one that I can express to people, because if you don't know something, you need to know it, you need to know it, you need to do the homework and research to figure it out, or contact the people that have and
Mhm.
learn it so that you can become better at whatever the situation is. We talk about things like the trivium, how our reality is built. Like these are concepts that come from lack of ignorance, right?
And they do help a lot of people. So
Sure.
so you're sort of saying like people who have mental health problems, they need to address the problem by finding the solution, which is through awareness, through knowledge, and through seeking out others who have that, right?
That's exactly correct. And that's going to go into the recovery plan that we're going to talk about towards the
Okay.
end. But yeah, so that's exactly the most important thing. Ignorance, like there's nothing new under the sun. Like
Mhm.
that's a term and a topic people throw around.
Right.
That's absolutely true. There's there's research out there on every single aspect of every single thing that's ever occurred in the history of humanity, and anything that you could ever possibly imagine to occur. There's research, there's information.
Right.
It won't exist without that. So nothing in reality. So um, the word know, right? To know, GNO, gnosis. Like there's plays on words that go back, but a lot of people don't even understand that. The word ignorant is associated with knowledge or lack of knowledge. So, some people talk about ignorant as if it's a choice. Okay. I think that it can be a choice, right? People are willfully ignorant, right? Oblivious to what's going on. Because, like we said in the beginning, that it wasn't knocking on their door, it wasn't affecting their life, right? So that's willful ignorance, right? But when we're talking about mental health issues, we have damage caused by the attack on humanity, or maybe, birth defects or things that could occur naturally, right? And the person's ignorant, not necessarily because they choose to be, but because they don't have the intellectual capability. They have an intellectual disability,
Hmm.
right? And that's something that, like, do we hold those people accountable for their actions? I believe we can.
Yeah, but we can help
So
them, right? We don't have to like if even if somebody is like, let's say you say, there's psychopaths, right? There's people who are sociopaths, they want to control others. We may say they're the people who are causing a lot of problems, or they're not really the causers, they're the people who are influencing other people to cause problems, right? But they're very driven on getting that done. That's their desire, right? We may call that a negative desire. But
yes,
them doing that, we still have to acknowledge that they're still human beings at the end of the day, right? That they're still
yeah,
just like you and I, even if they completely alienate themselves from the world, put on titles and badges and all this stuff, and they become more to where we don't recognize them as human beings, we still can maybe find an essence of what you may call spirit, right? That soul
yeah,
within them. And you realize, like, do they have a soul? When we figuratively speak and say, well, this person doesn't have a soul, it's like because we don't see their empathy, or we don't see that there's a human quality in them that we're expecting of them, right?
that's right.
So I think we have to find that humanity, and that perhaps maybe helps heal our process in a world where we're detached from nature, right? I say
Yes,
nature is the answer, or detached from natural law, quite
yes.
literally. So
Yes, absolutely. I agree 1000%, Corey. I really don't think we're going to get there without empowering each other with knowledge.
mm,
So, like, that's a huge thing. So these three powers are the reason why creation, it's the origin. It's the reason why creation, has these polar opposites because of these three powers. Now, in the beginning, when the souls broke away, or, however it happened, right? And we manifested into this reality, and we, generationally came through over and over, or whatever you believe. It doesn't even really matter what you believe. We've lost our knowledge as a species. So we have to, like, pick and choose, and like dig around, and it's going to take effort.
yeah,
But without somebody caring about it or wanting to do it, or finding purpose and reason for doing it, right? That's a big thing, purpose and reason. Like, I'm not
yeah,
going to look into something if I don't have any reason to,
hmm,
right? Well, here's the reason. We're
right,
we're hurt. It's a shit show going on. If you watch any mainstream television, news, media, whatever, you listen to any radio, whether it's satellite or, broadcast on your car or whatever, uh, movies, all the allegories involved, all these things, we remain in ignorance, right? So, and our misdirected desires is what's, like, how we pulled away from that. So we have to
mm.
work. We have
So
to
when
work
we
to.
look at that, and like when we listen to that and we say, well, that was created for a reason, then it makes us want to like investigate a little bit more. Like, well, why? What was that reason? For what purpose was this music made? Was it made to get people dancing, or was it made to do something else, that we don't
Right.
really know that it's doing? Why do people listen to it? Well, what environments do people listen to it in? Like all the questions surrounding that, right? Because that's
Yeah.
going to be interconnected, I would say.
Yeah. So
So
yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. And I don't understand, how we can move forward in any way whatsoever without empowering each other with knowledge.
mm,
The first thing that we should acknowledge to each other, acknowledge, right? Which is
right?
the action of knowledge, right?
Yeah.
Acknowledge the awareness of knowledge or whatever, right? So the first thing we need to do is understand that we are all part of the same thing. Like, we're collectively in agreement with a lot of stuff that's causing a lot of problems, right? And we have to bring that awareness to the table. Like, we should just be wrapping problems up as a species, one after another. And you think that that's what these different forms of government and systems that are in place, these old systems, that we're no longer going to be successful using. Like as a species, we look around, we can see that these systems are outdated. So war and death and all these things, like there's truth behind this stuff, you know, and like we have to find what that truth is. We have to find the solutions that work, right? But we have to have this working right. We have to understand how all the balances in the brain are working. So
Yeah.
the misdirected. So where are we at? First off, we understand it's connected spiritually somehow, right? We're misdirected desires, selfish desires, right? That's running us distracted all in different directions. And then willful ignorance, which is the majority, willful ignorance, right? People don't want to be involved unless it's affecting them directly. That's selfishness. It goes back to the first one, right? But then this last one that we're going to talk about, right?
Judge. Yeah.
Judgment. You know, like, and this one's huge, right? This is how they get away with keeping us all. Oh, I want to make sure I click on it. Sorry. I want to make
Yeah.
sure I'm
Well,
looking at
judge
this
is
as
related
wide
to
as
the
you-
idea of justice too, right? And if we don't have a proper grasp on what is justice ourselves, then who gets to just decide and be the judge? Who gets to be the justice? You know, like other people can make those rules for us because we don't understand the rules ourselves. We're not participating in the rules. We're not creating them ourselves. We're not involved, right? And there's people, man's law, who impose their opinion on others and say, well, this is how things should work. But maybe there's natural law, maybe there's rules that we can enforce, that we own, that we have, that we understand, not just ones that are lists and lists long that nobody has read, because that's our system today. I mean, we have papers and books like this stacked high of information nobody has read, not even themselves, of law codes. I mean, it's ridiculous. But so here, do you mind if I read the definition?
Go ahead.
Judge, examine, appraise, make a diagnosis, to form an opinion about, inflict penalty upon, punish. Interesting. Try someone and pronounce sentence. That's already a lot going on. Make a decision, decide, think, suppose, to judge, pronounce, judgment, pass an opinion on. To judge, to examine, officially form an opinion upon. Pronounce judgment. It's like sharing, making, inflicting. It's like, well, it's got
There's a lot of control going on there.
We got right, law, to say, to show. Yeah, it seems like it's everything.
It's a very complicated definition. I really don't think that when they wrote it, they didn't want you to understand it then, and they certainly don't want you to understand it now.
Mm.
But when it says the words like appraise and make a diagnosis, right? So like, all right, so that's not using trivium, right? That's not using trivium, right? You can make a diagnosis, right? But are you basing it on facts? Are you basing it on actual things, like actual occurrences? You know, I think one of the reasons why the state of humanity's in its, you know, shit show mode that it's in right now is because people are really misjudging everything. And not that judging, if it's in respects to natural law, you have to understand that, you know, like that's how it works. You're not getting around it. And I said that. I said, you know, people, no matter what, truth is not going to, you know, worry about whether you subscribe to it or not, whether you're following it or not, or hitting the little heart like buttons on it. Truth don't care about that. Truth cares about natural law, and that's all it cares about. That's it. So, you know, for one to recognize truth, that's really important. Like, you know, having the cognitive ability to recognize truth. So how do you resonate with, you know, you see something, how do you resonate to make it something that's true, right? Well, one thing that we can always capitalize on and use, right, in our mental outlook in life when it comes to making a judgment, right? Because we have to protect ourselves, our families, our friends, our communities, right? Our goodwill and our nature. We have to protect these things. How do we make that decision? How do we resonate with truth, right? And this is very important. Our past experiences will speak for us, within us, right? So if you have past experiences that lead you to, like, I know that's a fact in my mind because I saw it. I experienced it. I witnessed it. I was there. It was me. I did it, right? Or I learned about it, whatever, right? And then you can utilize that to come to a better conclusion. But the ultimate authority, like this word judge, the ultimate authority is not man's laws. The ultimate authority is natural law. Nature is the only answer. So when I'm trying to put myself into a position where like judgment, right? So like, give you an example. I come to the recovery house. Everybody's acting a little weird. I get one of the people that live in the house to the side. He says, so and so has been talking to somebody on the phone about drugs, and they're using drugs, or in the room using drugs, that kind of thing, right? So I have to make a judgment. Now, my experience is that I run recovery houses, right? And that these people use drugs and they relapse, and like, should it be a punishment? No, it's not a punishment thing. Not on my part. That's not how I operate, right? I use care, and that's what I stand behind. So, I have to make some conclusions. But if I go in and I talk to the people and they're like, "No, we're not using no drugs," okay. Does it end there? I have to take into consideration the safety of not only myself but the other people in the house, right? So what I'll do is I'll give them a urinalysis. That's one of the things that they agree to in order to be in the house, right? It's not like I'm trying to have authority over anyone. We collectively agreed to these are the terms of how we're going to proceed, right? And now it's time for you to show me that you're telling me the truth, right? And it's okay if you're not. You know how many people I've done that to, and they turn around and tell on themselves right there without even giving you one? And that's amazing to me, because when I see that, I see something going on. I see that acceptance. I see that self-awareness, that conscious light that goes on within people, right? So these are very important things, right? When you recognize that stuff, that's all truth, like resonating with the moment, the now, whatever it is. When you resonate with it, because the only thing that exists outside of us is truth. That's the only thing that exists. This is the matrix. This is all fear and anger and physicality and third rock from this, all that stuff. But the only thing that really is truth. So when we recognize truth, the reason we're recognizing truth most of the time is because we are realizing ourself. We're coming to some kind of self-awareness. Right. It's a very interesting topic. I mean, I could probably do a whole seminar on that. But I want everything that I do, I'm speaking from experience. I'm talking to people. I worked as a psych tech, right? And I used the little hashtag psych tech in a lot of my videos and clips that I used to put through the platforms. And psych tech is soul technician, right? Like that, you and I know that now, right? It's like a joke, right? But I'm walking around with this badge on, and I doing my job, and like I'm working for the enemy in my mind, right? But I'm trying to do my little part to help and assist humanity as best as I can, right? So these three things are always the three things that have interacted with people and created their problems. But it also, and this is the great part, these three things, right? The recognition of them and understanding them is what brings us to our solution, right? So we as individuals can solve things now because we're recognizing these things.
Yeah, so I want to ask you, like, so you've helped people in person, and you had a lot of that experience. So you applied these directly in your practice, you're saying, like these tools.
Yes,
essentially.
Yes, absolutely. When we get to the recovery plan, I'm going to break it down a little bit more.
Okay.
But
so what we have right now is the 2 cards. Is that the recovery plan?
Yeah. So no, that's not a recovery plan. That is the psychological symbolism behind what is going on and what needs to go on, right? So the interesting thing about that, right, is that if anybody that's studied tarot or any of these things, right, occult practices, whatever, they'll come to you and they'll tell you magic, and they'll tell you this, and they'll tell you that, and they'll tell you, spirituality, and they'll talk stories about histories and futures and all that great stuff, right? But this is what I believe goes on with tarot. When I do a tarot card reading for somebody, right, I present the card to them, right, and the card inspires their mind through the symbolism to speak, right? how does it relate to you? What are the factors? You know, when I do readings, I don't look for spirit or, like some kind of outer connection to work in play here. I deal with the person sitting in front of me and their psychology and their experiences. So when we're discussing what the card means, because usually I'll do like mind, body, soul, like 3 cards. But when we're discussing these things, right, the discussion is about what they're bringing out, not what I'm introducing. The card is what, like I just start describing the card to the person and what the meanings on the card are, right? And psychologically, it triggers them to come to conclusions. Now, whether those conclusions are, my husband's going to, leave me, or, my child's going to, flunk out of school, or, whatever the results are, that's their conclusion. All I did was present the information that was provided in the card. So every single card in tarot, right? And I don't want to make this about tarot, but every single card has symbology, and it breaks down the psychology of the individual in a different way. Right. So, I'm a de-occultist. Like, I'm trying to break through this stuff, like all this haves and have-nots, and the different sides of the paradigm. Like, this is all, that's all rubbish. That's all mystical nothings, like whatever. People get dismissive, right? Mm-hmm. But if you really understand, like, these people that created this deck, right, the Hermetic order, they have a huge influence on government and politics and all the things going on in our world today. So, like, the cards that I created, the card that I created was the shit show card, which is the world we're living in. Like, this is the upside down kingdom, some people refer to it, like, and it's, you got the shit turd on the horse. The horse is all mangled up, and he's riding through his reality, right? So the sun, right, in that card, at the top of that card, the sun in that card that I created, that is a meme that's like very popular on 4chan, and I doctored it up a little bit. I added a little color, and I gave it an eye. The eye that I gave it is symbology for, like, the people that are doing all this to us. The sun, the source of all things in that card, right, is the shit that we just generated. Like, we as a species generated so much stuff that it confused us and distracted us out of our, who we truly are, like what we can truly do, how we truly do it, right? So that's what the sun in this card is representing for that. But the actual sun in the real card, that is, the source of all things. That's the light. That's the truth. That's the unveiling of truth, right? You see this little kid, he's riding on a white horse. The horse is like a car. It's a vehicle. It's the means of how you do something, right? So you've got innocent child, pure, on the horse, like the white horse, which is like righteousness and like, like glory and like honor and like hope and like all those good things, right? And he's trying to ride those vehicles into, into the existence.
Mm-hmm.
If you look, you'll see that there's 4 sunflowers on the card, right? So the 4 sunflowers are representative of a lot of different things. But the 5th sun, right? The 5th one, which is the sun, right? So you have the 4 sunflowers, and then you have the sun, right, at the top. The sun is the source, right? It's where we came from, and it's where we're trying to go back to. Right. That's what we're like. That's what our whole meaning and purpose here is, to get back to source. And we ran from source, and now we got to get back to source. Now, how we get there, I'm not sure exactly how all these people are going to wake up and realize their ignorance and drop their judgments and redirect their desire for what they truly should be caring for, right? But that's what the original card shows, right? So it shows like four levels of consciousness, right? And the 5th being the return to source, right? You've got earth, air, water, fire, right? So the interesting thing is the one that he's unveiling, I believe that's the fire, right? That's the one that shows the action of care, right? That's how we get there. Like we care about stuff, man. We start caring about it, and then it unveils itself to us, and then we go back to source that way. That's where we're riding from. Or we ride out and we represent source, truth, love, light, right?
Mhm.
The card that I created, I have the three things that are like kind of like distracting everybody, because everybody wants to worry about jab, no jab. Everybody wants to worry about government. Everybody wants to worry about 5G. Now, let me ask you a question. If everybody just suddenly woke up tomorrow and decided as a species that we weren't going to acknowledge government, like in any way whatsoever, just go about our business, like trading goods with each other and just totally ignore that government even exists, how much power and authority would they actually have? The 5G, a lot of people are concerned about that because there's stuff going on with, like this is the mentality of where we're at as a species. Like people are worried, like they turn this thing on, like are these kids in these school systems, over the 2 years, they've been updating all these systems in the schools and everywhere else. They turn this stuff on. Like, are they going to pinpoint? Because the way I was explained 4G and 5G, the differences is that 4G is like walking into a smoky room, like we're all immersed in the smoke. But 5G is like a direct line right to you, right? So that's how it was explained to me. And that makes a lot of sense. And if you look at the technology, it really makes a lot of sense. But these are militarized weapons. They have the capability of being used as a weapon. And they have these things deployed in our schools. They have these things deployed in our hospitals. And what as a species, like mentality wise, right? What would shake our psyche to its core? Right? What would shake us up? Our kids being affected by this stuff in the school systems, right? Maybe they do every other kid. Maybe it's just kids that had the jab. Who knows, right? Well, whatever their settings are with this thing. But if you're not doing what they want you to do, they push the button on you. Like a lot of people are worried about that, whether it's going to happen or whether it's not going to happen. People don't know, right? But the other part of it is the no jab, right? The no jab that's on there. The third imitation sunflower, right? So you got to understand what sunflowers are, man. Sunflowers are great because when they come out of the ground, they follow the sun throughout the day. They chase the light, and they're beautiful, and they provide so much to our understanding of how important the sun is. So the no jab one, I mean, like it's my body, it's my choice. All of a sudden, that's okay today, and it's my body, it's my choice. My mental health as a result of them, like me resigning from my position at a psychiatric hospital because I had to get vaccinations or testing, right? And I refused to do that, so I resigned from my position, right? Like the birds of the air, like I didn't have a huge bank account. I didn't have another job to run off to, but I wasn't worried about those things because I was standing on principles. I wasn't concerned about it. And somewhere within myself, I decided that it was time for me to get away from this corrupted system, right? So that's basically the unveiling is my action. Like that card shows you my action, like what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to care. I'm trying to help everybody out. I'm trying to give out solid advice. I'm trying to be there when my phone rings for the people, because sometimes you just need to listen.
Hmm.
People need that. But if you notice I kind of did it like a bubblegum card. You see how it's got the One Great Work Network on there? That I have that as the cape, the purple cape, because these are the people that are going to do it. The people that are not distracted, the people that are focused, the people that are using care, that are playing along with what nature has to offer us, right? Like these are the people that are going to do it. So that's why I created this card and I wanted to use it in this slide. The interesting thing about this card is that it was the second card that I pulled in my reading for humanity. And like I told you before, I'm not like a spirit ghost thumper, none of that stuff, right? But I found it very interesting because in a Celtic cross spread, when you flip that card, the second card, it's the immediate influence. So the first card was actually, it represented selfishness. When I looked it up and really researched, I was amazed. It represents total selfishness. And then the second card was the immediate influence, which was the sun. And I was like, wow, man, what a card. And then I found out like when you throw cards down, like some cards can be reversed, right? But the sun card can never be reversed. And I got confused because when I put the card down, of course, this was upright, the selfish one was upside down, but the sun card was on horizontal, not vertical, right? So I was confused. I wasn't sure how to read it. But the reason why this came out as the second card, and what I believe, my psychology, based on my experiences and how I'm putting it together in my brain, based on what I've seen, right, is that this is the choice. We have a choice. We could go with what we've been doing, right, the shit show, right, or we could start caring about stuff, working together, like-minded, and like really like end all this stuff, like bring out the real control. So their end game, right, is the little symbol I have at the bottom there. You see the WHO. Their end game is to control us using WHO, the World Health Organization, right?
Right.
I've done some research, and it's in my last episode, episode 6. I talk about SNOMED. A lot of people don't know what SNOMED is. SNOMED is the organization, it's the international organization that writes all the clinical terms, all of the definitions, and provides all the strategies for billing when it comes to anything in the medical field, right? Anything. And SNOMED, it's international. It's not just, UK or United States, it's everywhere. So the interesting thing about SNOMED.org is if you spell it backwards, right, it says grow demons, right? Grow demons. Like we need to watch and pay attention that even if we personally don't believe in this, the hookah of, ghosts and goblins or conspiracies or not, right? We need to pay attention that they do. Some of them do.
Yeah.
The ones at the very top are definitely dedicated to that.
Mm-hmm.
So, like,
if you're psychopathic and you're finding every way to control people,
right?
Anything that can use mental power against them. I mean, you're gonna want to find some knowledge that nobody else has, that some secret orders keep for themselves.
Sure, and that was part of my journey. Like in my recovery process, I had to go and look and try to figure out, like, where's the answers? How am I going to get myself straightened out? How am I going to find meaning and purpose to my life? And then what are the solutions? Like, what do they look like? I couldn't even understand. Like, give you this example. Let's use this as the example. If somebody's addicted to heroin or fentanyl, right, or any kind of opioid, right, they give you detoxification medications, right, and then they also have what they call maintenance drugs, right. Maintenance would be methadone or Suboxone or Subutex, but basically what it is, and they have a couple new ones where they inject it in. You imagine that, and it releases over a period of time. But what happens is your brain is tricked into believing that it had the drug, even though it didn't have the drug, right? And you can lessen the doses and get away from it. But there's people out there walking around that have been on this, for years, and they're not making any efforts to get off of it, right?
Right.
That's what we need to do. We need to recognize that all this stuff is going on within humanity, and we need to work to get out of it. Like, disacknowledge the system in every way possible. I'm still in agreement with some things in the system, and the mental unclarity that I have, the mental health, the mental health issues that I have on a daily basis are usually a result of things that I'm in agreement with within the system. And that's a very interesting concept. I want to really get into that at another time, and like really delve into that topic and like make that something that people can understand.
Okay.
So that's the cause.
Would you mind sharing a little bit about your experience with statism? Because this is a belief system that I think is affecting a lot of people's minds, right? It's a belief system.
It is.
So I call it mental slavery, right? And you might be able to connect it to mental health. Some people will call it an illness that is unrecognized because, I mean, you're literally contributing to violence and causing your fellow man to be violated upon. and you think it's moral, completely moral, actually. If certain people who are authority figures can do certain actions that everybody else, if they did it, would be considered immoral. I mean, it's
Right.
completely contradictive. So, how long were you a statist, and how did you get out of that?
I mean, that's a large topic, but I'll try to break it down a little bit. Like, all right, so I was born and raised, in a family that practiced, like my father was a detective. My brother went into the military. Like it was law and order, man. It was cops and robbers. Like
Mm.
you were a good guy or you were a bad guy. And I didn't really. I noticed around like 12 and 13 that something wasn't right with the system and the way it worked. But I discovered certain things, and I talk about it in my episodes. Uh, there was something called free speech TV. This was like early 90s.
Mm.
Free speech TV allowed for me to see this like liberal side of things, like, and they were like exposing government corruptions and like attacks on nature and like just like real truthers, like really like talking, and like I said, wow, it's really interesting. So maybe I was leaning left at first, right? And then when I got around 17, 18, and I got in trouble with the law for the first time, went to prison, right? I turned around and I started listening to the AM radio for a lot of right wing stuff. Like these guys make sense, like, yeah, who's going to tear up our constitution? Like, what? They're going to take our rights away. Like all this like hoopla, like
Right.
you get all crazy about and taxes and death. Like they implant and ingrain this stuff into us from day one, and like being a product of the public school system, being a product of the propaganda and the movies and Hollywood and all the stuff that they've drenched us with. Uh, I was fortunate enough to have a mother that believed in diversity, that believed in education. She made sure that I was educated. She made sure I was interested in being educated. It
Mm.
wasn't just about, putting him in a good school or putting him in a school where he's going to learn something, but encourage him to like want to learn something. Like a lot of people, with the mental health of this the statism end of things, it's people, they don't want to walk away from government. Like government is control of mind for those that don't know. Gubermentus, right? So they don't want to walk away from it because they're afraid of the unknown, right? They don't know what's around that corner. It's like scary. It's like, oh, I don't go there. But did you ever go on a vacation or a trip somewhere and you had like a really great time? But you if you didn't go, you wouldn't know, right? But if you don't go, you don't grow, right? Consciousness, physical, mental, all these things. You have to move forward in order to uh, see clearly. You know, the more I removed myself from the system as time was going on, the more I removed myself from the system, the easier things got for me, and the more I was able to empower myself and understand that the empowerment of myself was through the empowerment of others. Now, government doesn't allow for that, right? These systems that are in place don't allow for that. You go there and they give you a paycheck, or they give you your rights on a piece of paper, or whatever the situation is, and then they collect money from your energy. The real currency on this planet is energy. It's what you're investing your time and abilities into, right? That's the real energy. But people are afraid because without some kind of mommy, daddy figure to walk them through the unknown, right? They have to be accountable and they have to be responsible. And this is what I tell people. Like, I think we can go to the next slide, right? Where are we at? Well, they're the cards, but you could really take a good look at those cards. Well, where's the next slide? Was that the last one?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so yeah, so I thought I had another one. I'm sorry, Corey.
No, it's
I
okay.
apologize. I thought I had another one. But the idea with the recovery plan is that you need two things, and this is what's going to it has to start on a very micro level for each individual, so that it can affect the macro, the larger level for all individuals, right? Our collective. On an individual level, you need to do two things. And this is what I tell everybody. Self-care is number one. Unless you're taking care of yourself, you're not going to be able to do anything that's going to be beneficial to you or anyone else, right? You're not going to live long. You're not going to live a good life. None of that stuff. If you're not taking care of you, take care of your mind, take care of your body, take care of your spiritual practices. And what is that? Like when I stand in front of them and I tell them that they have to practice those three things, right? Mind, body, spirit, right? What am I saying when I use the word spirit? What I'm saying to them, and I break it down a little bit, is for them to get in touch with their inner self, what they truly desire for, right? What they truly recognize as truth instead of judgment, right? What they really need to learn in order to move forward instead of being in ignorance, right? Those three things we talked about. So self-care is number one. Holistic practices are always best, right? I suggest people journal, right? If you're on medications, if you're taking different policies and procedures that are affecting your mental health, write those things down and keep an account of what is going on, right? If I was taking mental health medication, now there's certain situations, life-sustaining, whatever, and I tell people, look, some people are going to be on medication for the rest of their life. They're just not going to be able to get off of it. Maybe there's a holistic side to it that I'm not aware of. That's great. You know, if you find that and explore that, that's great. Bring it to me because I'd love to be able to share it with others, right? But for those that can get off, right? This is what I tell them. Write down every day what's going on, how it's affecting. And this doesn't have to be for medication. This could be for any behavioral delinquency that needs to be modified, right? How's it affecting my sleep? How's it affecting my awake time, my communication with others, my ability to eat, my ability to perform, right? Is it hurting me? Is it benefiting me? You know, like these, and if you write these things down, right, and this is for the people that are still stuck in the system on this level, right? If you write these things down, when you go to that 5-minute appointment with the prescribed doctor, right? When you go to that 5-minute appointment, you review your notes before you go. And you can say, you know, for the past month, right? Because the goal with every doctor that you're sitting in front of is to get off the medicine. You need to very clearly state that that's your objective, because they'll just keep writing you scripts, you know, until you drop dead one day. That's their job, right? So if you clearly communicate to them that your intention is to get off of the medication, right? And you've been exploring, you know, holistic practices, whatever, right? You go in there and you tell them, this is, you know, for the past month, I was able to sleep. I wasn't able to sleep. I was able to eat. I wasn't able to eat. I was irritable. I was arguing with my friends. I was a little mean to my children or my dog, you know, like those, you know, all those kind of things, right? So he has to, you know, the doctor would then have to factor that kind of stuff in. Like, do we lower the dose a little more this time? Do we not? You know, like these are all things that you're going to get at a journal. And that can go for anything. It doesn't have to be just medication. You can utilize journals for all kinds of things. And I recommend that you do. The second thing is so for self-care, the second thing is that you have to have a proactive approach to everything, right? And you have to be open-minded. You know, like I would not be where I'm at, and I wouldn't be able to do any of the things I do in this world if I wasn't open-minded. Like, no, I do not know everything.
Right.
And yes, I am willing to hear it, you know? So that's like the main two things, right? Open-mindedness and willingness, right? You have to persevere. You have to move forward with whatever the plan is. So after you create your self-care plan, like you write down what your daily habits are going to be from here on out, right? This is when I wake up, I'm going to do a little bit of positive affirmation readings. I'm going to listen to a little meditational music, you know, because I notice when I wake up, I'm a little irritable. I'm always in a rush, you know, like I feel like I can't get to the rat race fast enough. You know, the shit show's going on and I'm the main character and I'm in it. Here I am running out the door, right? But I didn't take care of me. I didn't feed myself. I didn't do, you know, like, so you set routines and things that work for you, that benefit you and those around you, right? Take consideration for them, right? And then the other end of this recovery plan, and this is one of the most important things, is my tribe. My tribe. Man, where would I be without my tribe, man? And this is what I tell these people, to go out there and find yourself a collective that's doing what you want to do in this world, right? If you're into selling, go find a selling club to sit down with, right? Anything other than what you were doing that was destructive, right? So, how does that look on, connecting with others, unity, all these things, right? They've empowered me. Without all the people in what I call dynasty recovery lifestyle, die nasty, kill self, right? If it wasn't for all those people, I would not be able to do this. I would probably be dead or in a jail cell, and I'm very appreciative to their experiences with me, right?
Yeah.
So my tribe on a global level, right? That's on an individual level, right? But on a community level, it sounds like a lot of the stuff that you've been talking about, Corey, and people like Derek Rose talks about, right? With the freedom cell movements. Like, this is great stuff, right? But we wouldn't be successful in our movements if we didn't work to do these things, right?
Yeah.
So on a collective, right, that's going to be like superly beneficial for us to exchange ideas, exchange knowledge,
Right.
and for the mental well-being of each other, to plug in and connect with each other and laugh and joke and
Right.
smoke and play the guitar, whatever you do as a collective, like to have that communal interaction, like they used to call it in the Catholicism, they called it communion. They messed that all up. Really, what communion is what we're doing right now. This is communion. You know what I mean? And like, I don't know how it got so twisted. Like, I want the world to be a better place for my children
Are
and
you
my children.
are you a resurrected saint? No, I was kidding. That's what they call you,
Well,
Saint John?
look, like I said, like I didn't give myself that name. Other people did, man. I'm not trying to, like there's no fees, there's no monies. Like, I'm not trying to make money. I don't want people to donate to me. Like, I'm not interested in any of that. Like, for my own personal redemption of my own personal soul, for my salvation of self, right? Of who I am, truth, love, and light, right? That's what I want to be, right? As I try to strive for that, right? The only thing that I'm going to be able to do, the only thing that I'm going to be able to do on that journey is to do it righteously, right? So I follow the path of others, right? Like, we've had a lot of people throughout the history of humanity, right? I've I fell into some of these patterns. I like some of their behaviors. I read ancient sacred texts. I participate with Native American drum circles. Like those type of practices and beliefs, like burning the sage and like putting your hand and touching the ground and feeling like you're a part of Mother Earth. Like, I practice that kind of stuff, because, and I recognize communion, like I just stated it to you, and confirmation. What confirmation is? Real confirmation is, like, you think of something and then, you say to yourself, well, how will I know? Well, I'll know if that happens, right? And then you walk out the door and it actually happens. That's called confirmation. And I'll give you an example of that. So I was in a recovery house. I was very early on in my recovery years ago. I ended up relapsing after that, but it was one of my experiences. I was sleeping in a bed. The guy that was in the room before me that was sleeping in that bed overdosed and died. So like, I'm walking into like, his diary with his depressive, like suicidal thoughts, and like, and he had a family, and it's like, wow, man, like, addiction's really, degrading, and like, like the sufferings I met, it's huge, the suffering involved. So like, I'm in this guy's room and I'm doing this thing, right? And I'm trying to get my life together. And I'm going to these 12-step meetings, right? AA, NA, all these stuff, right? So I said to the guy in the car that's driving me, I said, we were talking about super glue. Why would we be talking about super glue? Like, like, stupid. Like 5-10 minutes, we talked about super glue. We get out of the car, we go into the meeting, we sit down in the chairs, right? And some people call this the law of attraction, right? We sit down in chairs, the speaker gets up and he starts talking, and guess what he starts talking about? Super glue. You know what the odds of that are? Astronomically. Unbelievable, right? But it's something stupid and simple, right? I call that confirmation. That kind of stuff happens to me all the time because I try to work with natural law today, as opposed to working against nature.
Yeah.
right? It seems like we're in harmony when we're using natural law, right? And we know that nature is the answer and we're working through everything and doing everything the way we're supposed to. And we're not harming anybody and we're trying to uplift and educate others, right? That's what we do here.
Yeah.
All these things. This is our recovery plan, man. Like I don't like the shit show. I don't want to have to, like, if reincarnation's real and I got to come back, I don't want to come back to this shit show. I don't want my kids to suffer through this shit show. I would really like to see us get to the point where we're working together. There's unity.
Right.
There's common practices of, like no harm to others.
Right.
Like we work to solve problems.
That's why I created my movement, because I didn't see any other movements out there that were focused on just the ideas and just the education and bringing it out to as many people as possible. Because it's not about the identity or the ego or what you attach to the ideas. It's about the ideas. And to me, it's about getting the truth out as much as possible, because the truth is the truth. So regardless of the identity and the ideas, and yeah, some people are going to be like, I'm part of this movement, I'm this identity. Doesn't matter. The ideas are for everyone, and as long as the truth gets out to everyone, I think that's a win. And to me, a movement was the best way to bring it to as many people as possible. I ask a lot of people on the summit, I'm like, do you think a collective action is necessary? Because a lot of people in the summit agree with you. We got to look at the individual and really
let's all start
ourselves.
using, Corey, let's all start using the hashtag collective consciousness in all our work.
Yeah, or hashtag end
It's very
slavery,
powerful.
abolitionism, right? Statism, all natural law. I mean, these could be hashtags, and any influencer, if they just did it for what, one time, it would be trending. All it takes is one person or a certain amount of people, and anything can happen, right? It's just a matter of courage and willpower after they perhaps have some of that personal transformation that you're talking about. Thank you for going through all those steps. Is there anything else that you want to mention? Because we're about an hour and a half now. Is there anything else that you want to mention?
Well, no, I just appreciate you and your efforts. I appreciate the movement. Yeah, I appreciate the movement, man. Because if I wasn't a part of this, I don't know what I would be doing. I'd probably be helping somebody in some kind of way. But this seems like we have the ability to reach so many people with this, and I'm hoping that that my words and my actions don't, my words don't fall on deaf ears. My actions don't fall on closed eyes. Like, let me be the example of, like, I didn't, my practical experience is why I'm able to say that caring is the most important thing, like what you're caring about.
Think about it. What you're talking about is universal and timeless. Think about all the politicians nowadays that talk about current day laws, current day people, current day events, and how that will just go out the window next year.
Right.
I mean, what we're talking about is going to last forever, John. So, I mean, it's powerful stuff.
Yeah, so practical experience for me, if you're someone that's suffering from any mental health issues and you need help, and, like I said, self-care, do your homework, My Tribe, plug in. If you go somewhere and those people aren't about what you're about, turn around, get the hell out of there. Go find somebody else, man. You're not obligated to do one. There's no one road. Like, somebody asks me, recovery, like, what's the best recovery plan, Mr. John? And my answers are always the same. The one you work. That's the recovery plan that works. The one you work. Doesn't matter what it is, as long as you're not harming nobody and you're moving in the right direction, you're bettering yourself, trying to better humanity in some aspects. I'm just grateful that I had this opportunity with you, Corey, man. I'm really impressed with what you're doing, man. And, like, to be a new member on the network and, and to go through and appreciate the content involved. And, like, I know we can recover. We do recover. Hashtag we do recover.
Well, one way or another, humanity will learn, right? Even if it's not through the best, most peaceful way that we would want to be seen, but because slavery ends in death, that's the most extreme form of slavery. But otherwise, it's like you move along the spectrum. It's restriction, it's tyranny, it's slavery, and then it's death, right? Or you can go the opposite direction. It's possibility. It's enlightenment. It's knowledge. It's helping, like you're doing, empowering, and where you have freedom. So I mean, it's freedom is.
I'm very grateful for you.
I'm very grateful myself.
I love the fact that most of the people that I talk to and assist, like on this recovery journey today are people that impact so many people.
Right.
So it's like great, because maybe I can't get in front of 30 or 40 people today, but I just helped somebody on the phone 5 minutes ago that turned around, and he goes to work every day and helps hundreds of people. So it's a great field to be involved in.
Thank you. And I would encourage anyone else to get involved if they want to. I mean, literally, right? I mean, we're one of the most open communities out there. We're not like some secluded independent media or some organization. It's like, oh, we only want certain. Like, no, we want everybody to get involved. Everybody's humanity. Everybody needs to help in this process of freeing humankind, and that's a process of everybody, every single person. You're unique, and you can embrace that uniqueness, and you always have something to share. I mean, you have a lot to share. A lot more than me, certainly, and that's okay, and I have other things to share, right? So I think it's really great, and that's why we come together. That's why we have to share these ideas. And if you guys want to see a lot more speakers like John here, go to nita.one/summit, nita.one/summit. This is the End of Slavery Summit. If you want to see a lot more of John's work, go to thelostprinciple.com, thelostprinciple.com. Thank you, John Peniel Chidester III. Thank you for joining us. And
I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
If there's anything else you want to share, or is that it?
Practical experience shows that nothing ensures immunity from the first mistake in your life more than intensive work with others. Now, I stole that from the big book for AA chapter, working with others. It says the original says practical experience shows that nothing ensures immunity from the first drink more than intensive work with others. So of course I took drink out of there and I put whatever needs to be put in there. Whatever needs to be put in there. Intensive work with others, Corey.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Take care.
I live in America, the land of the...
Whoa, Will. Before you get into your spiel, we're not ready for you yet, Will. What's going on? He's sometimes in the chat, too. Hey, Nate. Welcome. You've been listening in? Thank you. Yeah, it was definitely a great conversation. John was awesome. I did subscribe to your Odyssey channel, by the way. And saw you on the front page of BitChute. Oh, shoot. Nice. Yeah, I don't know, man. I do my best on those platforms, and pretty good progress over there. Especially when I was first starting out. You start to see that the audience is on the alternative platforms when you're first starting out because they treat new creators a lot better. But as you gain in followers or what have you, YouTube starts to become more of the norm since that's where the majority of people is, right? But nonetheless, it's your choice on what you want to participate in, and I try to get involved with all of them. But yeah, thank you guys for joining, and that was definitely a really cool talk. Mental health is very, very important, and he, like I said, will take limousines and help people on the streets. I mean, what a guy. Well, the front page of the featured channels. Oh, wow. Interesting. Yeah. Well, I know Odyssey, I do pay Odyssey because I want to support them, so that might contribute to Odyssey. I don't know if Odyssey actually ranks you higher if you pay them, but I know they have some sort of system like that, pay to win. But for BitChute, yeah, I don't know how that algorithm works. Nonetheless, our next talks are Will Keller. Will Keller, we showed his interview on previous days. In case you missed it, that's okay, because final days of the summit, you will see a bunch of replays from every single day. You can basically go back to any day, download whatever you want, your choice. You can get everything and make sure that you have all the resources downloaded for yourself, etc., etc., etc. But this short little video is one that Will did on slavery. He said, "Stop acting like a slave." And I like the way he puts it in this short little video. And then following this, we have some other featured videos, and it will be cool. One of the featured videos is Chris Jansen. Chris Jansen talking about slavery, more also bringing in the idea of economic slavery, right? Which a lot of people will ask about, especially when it comes to this topic. What about our working? We're always working, having to get the 9-to-5 job, or trying to grind, you say. And so he addresses this in a full seminar. So I'm going to be showing that as well here after Will's short little spiel. And you guys might enjoy it. He goes into the definitions and expands upon it greatly. They do that on Odyssey. Yeah, cool. But I thank you guys for joining me. So we have that. We have Chris Jansen's seminar. We have Will Keller doing his little talk. And then we have another featured video by Larkin Rose. So stay tuned, because, although we played some animations in the previous stage, there's still more featured videos, still more featured content, and again, action steps toward the end. So definitely want to be there for that. And the final days, of course, will be multiple days, so you'll have time to access all the action resources. And eventually everything will be public anyways, but let's just make it more exclusive and sound special. So let's continue with Will's little spiel. What does he have to say?
I live in America, the land of the free, and I got all the license and permits to prove it. In all seriousness, how can you claim to be free if you need to ask for permission from claimed masters and rulers? That's because you are not, right? If you have to ask for permission to travel upon the earth, to put something into your body, to work, right? If you have to sacrifice the fruits of your labor to other human beings that say they have a claim upon it and upon you, if you can be violated, locked up, put in a cage for putting something into your body, these are all hallmarks of slavery, my friend. Slavery. It's a good reality check. You are not awake or aware if you still believe that other human beings can rule over you, that they have authority over other human beings, or beings in general. This is a mind virus, and unfortunately the majority of people still subscribe to this. This is why we have all the suffering in the world today. Government doesn't make things better. They take through coercion and violence and duress. That is the system of slavery. So, burn the license, burn the permits, do not comply, because you are inherently free and sovereign. But most people are acting like slaves.
How to be a Successful Tyrant. It's my first book. I finished writing it in 2005, and it came out in 2006, so I finished writing it 15 years ago. It's currently out of print. I'm working on getting the second edition back into print. Thought I'd give a dramatic reading of one little part of it. This is Chapter 2, Exploiting Fear. From the beginning, subheading, Fear as a Tool. Now, keep in mind, this is written as a manual for someone trying to be a tyrant. So when it says you, it's talking to somebody trying to be a tyrant. Almost all oppression via propaganda is based upon scaring people and then presenting a false choice where the people can choose either to do what you want them to do or face some unknown, often purely fictional horror. This is not the method of the common thug, which can be summarized as, do this or I will hurt you. A successful modern tyrant never presents himself as the thing to be afraid of, as doing so would obviously create resentment and hatred in the peasantry, and that leads to resistance. Every thing to be feared, or TTBF, with which you terrorize your peasants must be presented as some separate outside evil that only you can save them from. You must present the simple choice between obedience to you and the threat of some unpleasant happening, which does not appear to be of your doing and which you pretend to lament the existence of. In short, you must deceive and scare the citizens into voluntarily giving up their freedom. Quote, the people never give up their liberties but under some delusion. End quote, Edmund Burke. A simple example would be making up a plague of some sort, assuring people that millions are doomed to die, and then claiming that giving you a lot of money and control is the only hope of averting disaster. Or perhaps, instead of making up a disease, you can pick a real disease, grossly exaggerate the risk it poses to the peasants, whip them into a frenzy, and then present yourself as their only hope for salvation, which, of course, will require you to be given much wealth and power. Recent history gives many examples to build upon, such as AIDS, anthrax, mad cow disease, etc. Even the common flu can be used to spread alarm and panic in the peasantry.
Admit or face just how dark of a place humanity has come to. And to do so means that certain influences in the world must be acknowledged.
Hello, hello. This is Chris Jansen. This is the End Evil Podcast. We're streaming live tonight on the One Great Work Network, live on Twitch under Chris Jansen. This show is called How to Escape the Slave Grind, or The Slave Grind. This show is all about ending evil. The goal of End Evil is to end evil wherever possible, whenever possible. What is evil? Evil is the destruction of freedom. If you love freedom, if you search diligently for truth, then this is a good show for you. Together, we can employ our imagination and creativity to work towards a better world. So, as I was saying, the End Evil Podcast is dedicated to working on ending evil whenever and wherever possible. Evil is the destruction of freedom. If you're someone who loves freedom, this is a good show for you. Together we can employ our imagination and we can work together with our creativity and work towards a world without evil. The first thing that needs to go is the religion of authority. And evil isn't what most people think it is. So we're going to work on breaking that down, and we're going to work on explaining things in a different way, because I know if you're someone like myself and you've come to recognize that there's a problem in the world, most of the people around us don't see it or don't want to see it, or it's minimalized. So what we're doing here is working on breaking that down, finding the right words to use, and being able to explain that to others and getting our words recorded so other people can hear them and we can share these concepts. I was going to advertise this last week, but last week we also had some technical hiccups. So I watched last weekend the Seed 4 conference, which was put on by the wonderful guys at cubbyhole.com, Nate Cap and Douglas Martin, and a special big thanks to Brandon Martin for organizing this event. If you missed the event, go to cubbyhole.com and you can find out the speakers and look up each of those speakers. I also found on YouTube, the replays are up, and just look up Occulted Knowledge. You can see in the little corner there, I have a little screenshot of what Occulted Knowledge looks like. Or check out cubbyhole.com. They're doing great work there. It was an incredible conference with many awesome speakers, including Will Keller, who is my producer today. So that's something for you to enjoy and take on, add to your repertoire of knowledge and words we can use to help kind of
get these ideas of freedom out there in the public. And I think the more of us that are talking about it and using different words, the better we can do that job. So learn more about occulted knowledge at cubbyhole.com. I also want to make a big thank you to Mr. Mark Passio of whatonearthishappening.com. It's been my inspiration for my show and the work that I do here. So this is whatonearthishappening.com and the One Great Work Network, where we're streaming live tonight. So I'm very thankful for this opportunity to be on the network, and where hopefully some other folks can check out my work and spread it with their friends. You never know whose words are going to work. It's so hard to get through to folks in these days that we just got to keep trying every way we can think of to explain what's going on in the world and what we need to do about it. So just wanted to send a big thanks to What on Earth is Happening, Mark Passio's huge project and undertaking to get this to the point where I could be on here streaming live right now. I also want to send a quick thanks and advertisement out for my friends at naturalfreedomleague.com and my man Dom with veritéouconsequence.com, the French presentations about natural law. And Dom's always wearing his End Evil shirt, so I got to give him a little advertisement too. And since Will Keller and John Wydogan have been in my community here, working hard in California to help people understand freedom and natural law. So you can check out their work at naturalfreedomleague.com. So there's lots of inspiration out there, lots of work to be looking at. We're not alone anymore. And hopefully we can get this ball rolling and end evil in this world. But it's going to take some time. It's going to take some education. It's not something we can do by violence, the way government does things. It's something we're going to do by educating folks and speaking the truth. So the truth marches on. It'll come out one way or another. And one of the most wonderful ways that truth has come into my life is through this book, The End of All Evil. This is a book by Jeremy Locke. And it's been the inspiration for this podcast. And the theme of the book is it's easy read. It's an easy read book. You can download it at New Earth University. Last I checked a day or two ago, it's been on there for a long time. You can download the PDF, and it's a quick read, and it's straightforward and explains in simple terms the problem we're having in the world. So evil's the destruction of freedom is straight from that book, and to me it's one of the most important phrases I've come up with to share with folks. But I wanted to read you, I think it's an inspirational words from the back cover of the book. It says, "Never in all of history have the elements been arrayed against evil, manifest in tyranny and slavery as they are today. The dreams that burn in the hearts of billions have been growing stronger through the millennia. The children of this world are owed a liberty from slavery that few are able to comprehend. This is the most exciting era in all of human history. It is the dawn of the freedom of mankind." Some hopeful words. I think it's going to happen eventually. It's just a matter of time. And the trouble is we could go through a lot of misery in the meantime. So that's why we need to work on learning how to escape this slave grind that we're trapped in. So this presentation is a continuation from last week. And as we continue to try to understand the mind control spell that has most of humanity locked into a cage of conformity, defying the natural order of the universe, it's hard to understand how people are falling into this religion, dogmatic way of thinking of statism, authority, and Satanism. Although there is hope, as the book of End Evil describes, things are not going well right now for freedom lovers. We need to work much harder to help people understand the problem, the lack of morality, And the grind people are trapped in is actually slavery. And that is hard to say to people. They don't like to hear that word. They like to imagine slavery as only a very particular time in history or particular place. But slavery has many forms. And this presentation is to help you find the words, the tools, and the knowledge to free yourself and free your fellow human beings for the sake of freedom itself, as the most important principle that we need to understand in the world today. I took the imagery from a movie called Conan the Barbarian. Every time I think of slavery, it comes to mind this picture from Conan the Barbarian of him pushing this immense wheel around and around. And I looked it up, and it's called the Wheel of Pain. The Wheel of Pain is an image that I've decided to use for this presentation because it also reminds me of the grind, which is the trap that most people are stuck in. And the easiest way to define the type of slavery that most people are experiencing on this side of the world is debt slavery. And debt slavery is a tricky, sinister type of slavery, but it does control your actions and your thoughts and your mind if you allow it to. And if all of us begin to separate from that way of doing things, it won't work anymore. So what we're going to do here is just work on explaining how it works and looking at it and looking at how we use words, and that will help us redefine our reality, because thoughts actually become reality as we put thoughts into action. So this, by concentrating on these subjects and redefining what words actually mean, it will also change our way of looking at things, and then that will change the way we actually do things. So, the Wheel of Pain. I recently brought up the idea to some friends who'd never heard this term before of natural law. And I was trying to explain to these folks that basically the difference between harm and not harm. And some people I found were kind of confused by that, saying, what I was saying is a right. What we were having the discussion about was rights. And I was saying a right is something that doesn't cause harm. And what someone's reply was, and I think it's a fair reply. Most people would normally say this. Well, harm can mean any number of things. What do you mean by harm? So I decided in this beginning of presentation just to start with the basics. The basic grammar, what are we talking about here? Trivium style. What's the definition of harm? Well, harm, if you look it up on Merriam-Webster, it says physical or mental damage or injury. That's pretty simple or basic, right? So what does good mean? What I'm defining good is simple. Actions that are not harmful. So things you do that don't cause mental damage or injury to others. And then evil is the opposite of that. Actions that are harmful. And it seems like such a simple concept, but in our modern society, we defy these basic concepts day in, day out. Killing is approved of by governments and churches alike. Almost all people give their money freely in the form of taxes, which are not voluntary. They're derived by force and violence and harm. And people continue to condone this because they're accustomed to, because they're conditioned to. Even religions abide by these governmental laws, and they don't refuse to use the money system as a way to value things, even though a moral person, as Jesus taught, would give up all earthly possessions to enter the kingdom of heaven. However, people still make their decisions based on money on a daily basis, and whether we're going to buy a new church or whether we're going to do one thing or another. It's very difficult to find anybody who will defy the laws of the land because they actually believe in their morals first. So I know there's people out there that are feeding the hungry and trying to do good things. There's people that care. And in fact, I've been part of church groups that do amazing things and homeless feeds and this type of thing. I'm not putting any of that down. But when we accept the larger global problem, there's strings attached. Every community is giving their attention and their focus to these structures of authority that continue to require this grind, this acceptance of rules, whether you agree with them or not. And that's not working out well for humanity. And for many of us who feel trapped or overwhelmed, it's not working for us on a personal level either. So freedom is the opposite of slavery. All that diminishes freedom, in other words, things that challenge and take away your personal choice, are evil. They're wrong. Evil's harm. So when you give your money to an institution that is doing terrible things around the world and stepping on people's rights, then you're contributing to evil. And we don't want to keep doing that. So what we need to do is help people understand this basic, simple concept of what good is and what evil is and what harm is. So we'll go in a little more detail in coming slides here. What is harm? Well, I always liked the way it was defined in What on Earth is Happening by Mark Passio. There's basically 7 types of harm you can classify simply: stealing, assault, trespassing, murder, lying, coercion, rape. You know, people get all hung up on what does this mean, but we can define it pretty easily here. Of course, there's always going to be certain gray areas. There's always going to be room for argument on some of these things. Depends on the circumstances in each situation, and that's why rules across the board, rules like laws made by an authority structure, are never going to work, because they're not going to be fair, because they're not going to be in the situation dealing with what's actually happening. They're just going to be, these situations need scrutiny, they need personal care, and they need the people involved in the situation in every case to define what really happened when it comes to the little gray areas in between. But the bold strokes are simple, lying, stealing. Any type of stealing, these are all types of stealing. Any type of taking something from somebody does them harm or injury, whether it's bodily or psychological. If you're lying to someone and you're basically presenting a false reality, you're stealing their opportunity to interpret the true reality. So, lying is a type of stealing. All these types of harm are stealing. They're taking something that's not yours, or assuming that you have the right to have something that you don't. So let's get back to the basics. These things should be really simple, but honestly, I didn't come to understand this until, late in my 30s, early 40s. So I'm not shocked that most other people don't. And that's why I'm out here trying to explain it in a way that if my 38-year-old self were listening, I might understand better and quicker and not have to go through the struggle I went through. So let's move on to our next slide. Do you love your job? Do you really love what you do? Do you ever feel like you're working on the chain gang? Do you ever feel like your work is drudgery? And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with hard work. It's good to work hard. It's part of life, whether it be finding food, surviving, whatever we'd be doing without this normal structure, there would be hard work involved. But drudgery is kind of like a more sinister term than just hard work. That's why I showed this picture here, to sort of make a comparison between these older, more typical view of the chain gang, where we see people that are basically prisoners. And then we can see this modern picture here of people sitting in their cubicles with their masks on in front of computers. And really, what's the difference here? One's a more sanitized, less dirty, and they're really basically the same thing. If people come to love this lifestyle of sitting in front of computers with masks on, keeping 6 feet apart from each other, and working on something that they don't really care about, they're kind of confused and lost. I think we've all had to do jobs we didn't really like, but we know we have to do them. And there is an aspect to life that requires doing things we don't like. I'm not arguing that that's not the case. However, being forced to do them by coercion under threat of violence is a whole nother thing. And that's what we want to defend ourselves against and learn to recognize it for what it is and use the term that applies. If you have to do something that you don't want to do and somebody else is having some sort of threat over you, then they're putting you in a slave situation. And that is the way our structure of our society is set up. And this is what needs to be reversed. And there are ways. And we're going to talk about some of those ways. But for now, I just kind of wanted to make the comparison, the correlation, so you can start to see what I'm talking about. And maybe this will help us to explain to others, you know, what this is that we're talking about when we say slavery. It's not just being chained and working in the dirt. It can be being chained to your computer and being forced to do things you don't want to do. And I think the argument I would get there from a lot of folks is, well, you know, we have to do a job and you can always leave a job. You don't have to work a job. But the thing is, you do, because you have to pay the bills. And one of those bills is going to be compulsory taxes. One of those bills are going to be to energy that is owned and monopolized. And these corporations and monopolies of energy systems have gotten so big that they no longer care about the individual. And they're just going to keep raising prices and putting the crunch and the grind on the average human being. So it becomes a grind. It becomes drudgery. The wheel of pain going round and round, day after day. People getting up, not really feeling like going, but doing it anyway because they have to. People feeling overwhelmed, not having enough money, feeling like they're stuck in a time trap. The 9-to-5 time trap has most people completely stuck. And not to say there aren't those folks who have managed to escape a day-to-day work. And those are the lucky few that financially have gotten ahead or have managed to find some ways to leverage their skills in certain ways to where they're doing a little better than the rest people. But usually it's at the cost of somebody else being poor or broke. In fact, it always is, because the way that our money system works is nobody can get ahead if somebody else isn't falling behind. Bankruptcy is built into the monetary system as it exists, the fiat money system that we're using, because it's centrally controlled by a group of people that really don't care about you or me. So what we find ourselves is in a trap. And if you don't feel this, if you've never felt this, then you're living a very special life. Most of us have been looking at the clock, trying to see, is it time to leave yet? How much longer do I have to be here? And feeling stuck and frustrated by this trap. And it's, I was going to talk a little bit about the Gregorian calendar. If you can see the little picture in the corner, this is an invention. The way that time is measured even is a trap. And it's been in play for quite some time. If you want to do a little research into the Gregorian calendar, you can see that, it's a structure itself. It's not the only way to look at time. We could look at time much differently. We've just become accustomed and conditioned to this system. And an interesting thing that also occurs to me in thinking about this subject is our time-saving devices. You can imagine at the time, 50, 60, 70 years ago, when a lot of devices were being created, when electricity, alternating current, people were getting the first dryers and washing machines and these type of things. I'm sure that people in that time imagined that in the future we would only have to work a few hours a day because now we have all these machines to take care of things for us. But what has happened? Really, nothing's changed. People are working just as much as more, and now we have to spend more time maintaining all this technology. Sure, yeah, people have gotten lazier and spending more time sitting still. It's just a different type of work. But still, we're enslaved to pay these bills, to pay these taxes, to just survive. And this is a way we can recognize how slavery has changed in the modern age, and debt slavery. Staring at that clock, waiting for time to change. Here's some of the sayings you hear in the workplace, some of the things that bounced around in my head when I was thinking about this subject. People will say, if you're working for them, your time is our time. That doesn't sound quite like freedom, does it? Time is money. Well, time is also your energy. So money and energy are also equivalent, which is an interesting concept to think about there. Do as you're told starts very young, as you're a child in school, and follows you into the workplace as you're trained to be a citizen through schooling, to do as you're told, stand in line, and follow orders. So these types of ways of thinking are ingrained into our minds at a very young age. And pull your weight isn't necessarily in itself a bad statement, but when you put it in context with the slave grind and the wheel of pain that I'm describing, there's a coercion, there's an extra pressure here that if you don't pull your weight, you're going to get smashed by society. And we see people all on the sides of the roads, homeless people all over California as I drive up and down the roads, people in terrible shape. And you ask yourself, if the government's going to take care of everybody, why are there so many people that are not being cared for? Well, maybe they don't want to be part of the system because the system itself is damaged, and it comes from a place of stealing from others, stealing your time. And you're continually working for the same amount of money while everything costs more and more through inflation. Inflation is one of the ways we can see how slavery works. It's like slowly pulling back the curtain, slowly turning up the heat and boiling us frogs. So let's get to the definition here. The definition of slavery. I took the etymology from the 1550s. Slavery meant severe toil, hard work, or drudgery, like I described in the earlier slide. By Cambridge Online Dictionary, slavery is defined as the activity of legally owning other people who are forced to work for or obey you. So all of us, by this definition, are owned by the central bankers. All of us, by this definition, are owned by the government because we have to continually pay them whether we like it or not. And that money, as we described in the previous slide, is your energy. Your energy is your time. And if someone demands your energy or your time, and you don't get a choice as to whether you want to give that to them or not, then they're stealing it from you. They're taking it from you. They're making you their slave. That's how it works. So even by traditional definition from the Cambridge Online Dictionary, it's pretty evident that being forced to work or obey is a type of slavery. And I don't see how you could not see that that is going on around us. If you stopped working and stopped paying, someone's going to come looking for you, and they're going to demand that money, or you're going to wind up locked up, or you're going to wind up dead, one or the other. So unless we find a way to defend ourselves and form communities to protect the average person, that the system of authority will rage on and continue to enslave folks. I'm not really fond of this. So, what is evil work? Evil work is harmful behavior. If you see the pictures I chose for this slide, what you'll see is a picture of some police. Looks like they're stepping on some people that were having some sort of protest. They're heavily armed, got their visors on. And then you see next to that a picture of the courtroom. And there next to that you see a picture of a police officer pushing a man's face into the vehicle and handcuffing him. And then the picture of a jail cell. So these are all examples of coercion. They're examples of stealing and examples of lying. So your average person would probably think to themselves, who's aggressor in these pictures? They would think the prisoners, the activists, the speeding driver. But it's the opposite. The system itself accepts collateral damage. It accepts family trauma, and it accepts the lack of freedom. What I find interesting about this is so many of these situations, the way authoritarians and statists want to live, it requires somebody suffering every time something goes wrong. And what that also does is it doesn't give the opportunity for someone who does a wrong to do the right thing. It forces them that, just like when you think about how we teach children, you do want to explain to them when they're young, hey, what you're doing is wrong. That's not good. And you explain to them why. But the whole idea is to instill in them the understanding of right and wrong so that as they grow older, they can think for themselves. However, we have a society that thinks that people can't grow up. And it accepts this way of being as being, we're just going to allow the system to take care of people that haven't grown up rather than explain to them or forcefully show them what's right and wrong. And that could be done by each of us if we took the responsibility instead of putting that responsibility on this other entity. So what happens is we've created a system where people are doing evil work and calling it good. But it's really not. It's stealing. If you take people from their homes, then you're kidnapping them. Doesn't matter what costume you wear or who told you to do it. In the case of the courtroom, that's some of the worst slavery going on. It's a system that is set up that has no end. It just will continually put people in the slammer day after day. Hammer after hammer on that table is another person getting put in jail. And so many of those people haven't actually harmed anyone. They've just done something that is wrong by the letter of the law, which can be changed. It's arbitrary. We can see situations where laws have been on the books. Alcohol was illegal for many years. People went to jail. People died in jail. Cannabis. And then all of a sudden, on another day, it's legal. And the same thing that you could have gone to jail or died for previously is now okay. So there's no consistency in the morality when it comes to allowing ourselves to be obedient to laws which are arbitrary depending on who's in charge or the majority of people in a certain area like it one way or the other, which is just their fancy. And it's not really about what's right and wrong. And as I described earlier in the presentation, there clearly is a difference between right and wrong, and we don't need even the dictionary to figure that out, but we have the words defined, and it is pretty straightforward, and there's no reason to steal from people if they haven't done any harm. So, the other aspect of that is, sometimes things are going to go wrong. Let's just say, for instance, you run over somebody's pet, okay? It's your responsibility to find the owner, try to make some kind of reparations. But that's an opportunity also. Sometimes that's how friends are made. Sometimes you make a mistake, you apologize, you offer to pay for it or do some work, and that person then accepts or doesn't accept. There could be some conflict, but that's part of the natural flow of things. And we can't expect an outside entity to come and solve all these problems, because what instead we get is a total system of chaos where we're all owned. So the legal system often gets in the way of not allowing things to take their natural course. It robs the people of their ability to just figure it out on their own. It's like a crutch. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't have structured meetings, or councils, mediations, mediators. But the difference is that everyone would have the right to defend themselves in a society that did not rely on coercion. We would rely on the principle of self-defense. This current system of force leads to loss of life due to enforcement of fear. And this is done through evil work, harmful behavior. The system itself is a mockery of nature's pre-existing law, which is the inherent law, which is characterized in the Gadsden flag with the rattlesnake, which symbolizes the self-defense principle. Another aspect of the way you can see how the grind is working in our society is how people indulge on their weekends. I can't remember who I was talking to that pointed this out to me, that how the words sound the same, weekend and weakened. We're weakened by the week, under the clock, under the spell of the calendar, waiting every day to get out, to go do something fun, because we're feeling what? Trapped and overwhelmed. So when people want to get out, they tend to overdo it. They tend to indulge in things that really don't make them feel good in the long run. You're looking forward to a big weekend, you go out, do a bunch of drinking, maybe jump off a cliff, maybe go to a concert, and you come back at the end of the weekend more tired than when the weekend began. So oftentimes, sports games, although it's good for health if you're involved out doing sports, more than often what we see is sports games that are people watching the TV, watching other people play, and sitting there drinking alcohol and eating junk food. And at these games, that's all they're going to sell you. There's not going to be anything healthy. And what does that do? Does that make you a better, stronger human being, or does that make you a weakened human being? So this is part of the other side of the grind, where we see how it expresses itself. Partying, drugs, extreme weekend warriors, media sports. These are ways to escape for a few moments or a couple of days, but often become destructive to our bodies and to our soul. Also, it's indulgence of selfish behavior. And I'm not saying you shouldn't have fun. I'm all for trying to have some fun here and there, and we especially have to, in that many of us have to come back to this drudgery, and we have to look for ways to recharge ourselves. But I would recommend for those of us who are trying to transcend this cycle is to think of what things you do on your weekend that don't weaken you, that you can do that make you stronger and prepare you for the future. And some of those things might be preparing to start your own type of business or product or service to get out of the grind, or work together with others and form a community that are more resilient. The sixth cycle, the cycle of enforcement and drudgery that leads to this extreme behavior, like the weekend warriors, that's for those who can afford it, people that have the money. But you think about people that have a lot of money. There's this ideal in our society that being rich is so great. But think about how many rock stars die of overdose. Have you ever considered why they're so tortured? Why are people who are doing a job that's supposed to be something they love wind up so often dead or overdosed on drugs? What type of job is worth dying for is a good question. How many people are out there doing something that they care about so much that they would die for it? People working for big tech companies that have jumped out of high-rise buildings, or people hating their life. Some folks are living the dream, but it's all about under the rule, the thumb of whoever's in charge at the time. And even the people that are living the dream, that are wealthy, although they may have certain freedoms that others don't, are still indebted to their rulers. We can think of past wars like World War II, where rich bankers and singers and doctors became naked and huddled in trains almost overnight. That happened because people trusted the authority, allowed the authority at the time to overwhelm them and to become so powerful that it could choose certain members of the population who didn't deserve to live anymore. And that happened pretty quickly. And we can see that happen again if we're not careful in our own society. And in some places around the world, we already do see that type of thing happening. This comes from a trusting authority and not allowing it to become the behemoth that it is. It should have been nipped in the bud, but it didn't happen. So what we have to do is understand the situation, be able to explain it to others, and work together to change that. We have the opportunity to begin a new era. This information is no longer secret. This information is out there. You and I right now have the ability to be part of the change, to educate others. So let's think about what work does to us. The 9-to-5 job. What I'm talking about, the drudgery. You see a picture here of a man in front of his computer dangling his mouse. And I thought of some words that came to my mind when I thought about my times working in the office space, for instance. Complacency, passivity, and boredom. What do these things lead to if you do them every day for so many hours per day? They lead to irritability, moody, unproductive people. We've all experienced this. And my statement and conclusion on that subject is, if you don't care about what you're doing, you shouldn't be doing it. And it's not as easy as snapping your fingers and changing that overnight. It takes time. It takes working together. I'm trying to work on that for years now. It's not a simple task. We've been on this grind for so long that we're stuck going around that wheel of pain over and over, like Conan the Barbarian in the movie, for our whole life. And it gets frustrating. We get irritable. So what would you care about doing? What is your life's purpose? Why are you here? These are the questions that I would recommend people be asking themselves. How long are people going to accept a life of nothing worthwhile but personal, unsatisfying rewards that are based on compliance? What we have to do is become irritable with the situation and realize that we need to break out of that. And so that's not easily done, but the sooner we came to that realization, the sooner we can start making that change. And the more of us that are doing it, the more we can give each other a boost and purchase products from one another rather than from these behemoth corporations that are sponsoring the type of lying behavior that's destroying the world and leading to more and more suffering. So here's Conan. He's getting bigger now. Nice shot of the leg muscles there. Pushing the wheel of pain around and around and around. And how many of us feel like this in our daily lives, feeling stuck and frustrated with the situation we're in? So here's the questions. What are the things we need to survive without authoritarian structures of control? When I discuss the idea of anarchy with folks, they tend to get really confused of what I'm talking about. Anarchy means no rulers. It does not mean chaos. So what would it take to have a society with no rulers? You know, obviously we couldn't transition there overnight, and I think that's what overwhelms people when you begin to discuss these ideas. They say, well, how are we going to get there from here? Well, here's my answer. It's actually came up with 7 things that would be required. And the first 3 are understandings, basically. Alignment with truth. So that would be caring about honesty. That would have to be like priority number one. That would be the first thing we would want to teach our children, and the first thing we would teach if we had some sort of educational structure. Alignment with truth. So we're all on the same page. We're all in agreement on what truth is, that there is a such thing of truth, that it's not just anybody's decision, or whoever has the most money or power gets to decide what truth is. And that's what we have a lot in being taught in school in terms of history. History is told by the people that win the battles. History's been told by the people that have done the stealing. So first we need to align ourselves with truth, which means looking deeper into things that have happened in the past, and it means scrutinizing things that are happening now and talking about them, communicating about what's happening. That seems to be a big struggle in the modern world, where basic communication is hampered. So then the next thing that we would need to work on, or not next, they go hand in hand, the understanding of natural law, that everything you do matters. So it's not just willy-nilly get what you want and then die, or see who collects the most things before you die. It's understanding that there's a balance in nature and there's a balance in creation, and everything you do costs something. So when you take something from somebody, then you know that's going to cause a problem. They're going to want to take something back. There's always, every time you throw a rock in the water, there's a ripple that goes across the water in every direction. And that's, to me, a good symbol of everything we do matters. And for some reason, even though that's a pretty basic concept, it's pretty well hidden in the popular view in society. And then, of course, we have objective morality, and that's what I was talking about with the idea of truth, that we don't just make up anything. You know, if you just make up a story about something that happened, you're basically telling a lie. So sometimes it takes some hard work to find the truth of things, but there is a such thing of truth, and there is a such thing as objective morality. There are certain things we just know to be wrong. Like I talked about earlier in the slide that talked about harm. I don't know who would disagree that those 7 things are harm, those different types of stealing. A psychopath might disagree. So we have to recognize that there is this problem in the world of psychopathy, psychopaths. They are out there. And the only way that we really be able to deal with those people is to be honest with ourselves, that they do exist and they need to be dealt with. We need to be able to defend ourselves against them. But our current system allows the psychopaths to be the very people in charge. Those are the rulers. So we kind of have things backwards the way it is now. So how would we get from where we are now to where we want to be on this? It would require community. It would require working together. We're not a solo species. Humans don't do well all alone by themselves out in the middle of nowhere. There's rare the individual that can do that. For the most part, we humans are a communal species. We need each other. And that's how we get things done. None of us know how to do everything. You know, I'm somebody who knows how to build a house. However, I don't necessarily know all the other aspects that need to happen in society. I'm not good with biology. I'm not particularly good with chemistry. I'm not the best mathematician. So if there weren't people that understood how to do those things, gathering herbs is something I need to learn from somebody who knows more about that than I do. So we each have skills and we put them together and we're able to have a community and get things done. That's how it's been done for generations on this planet. And government has been an invention that came along and started saying, oh no, this is how we should do it. And that is allowing psychopaths to make the rules. And we need to recognize that that's what it is. So it also would require coordination. You know, when you describe breaking down some of the current structures, getting away from these structures, people, that's why, you know, the word anarchy gets so confused, because people imagine chaos, like we can't get along, we can't do things together. But we can. I've seen coordination happen, And it just requires good communication, which is another word that I could have added to this list. Good communication. It requires cooperation. That means dealing with people with different issues and taking responsibility for problems like I described. You have an accident, you make a mistake, it happens, you communicate with the other people involved, and we work on what's the solution. How can we make this right, or how can we move on and get around it? These are things that we do in day-to-day life, and the only problem is that all too often, folks want to pawn off this responsibility on some other entity that we call the authority. And we need to do away with that type of thinking because it's not doing us any good long term. And the last, and I would say the most important word I put on this slide is care. You have to care in that to make things better for everyone. And not just about yourself and your own personal needs and desires, but about what's best for all concerned. We have all these tools. This can be done. This is not impossible. If I can dream about it and think about it, other people can dream about it and think about it, and we put our heads together and we can make these things happen. It's not impossible, and it can be done without coercion. But it's not going to happen all at once. It's got to happen little by little, like I said. So let's start by understanding what it is that needs to be happen and communicate that to others. That's kind of what I'm here to do. So moving right along, like I was just talking about, the word anarchy means no rulers. And that also means having a core purpose. I showed this pictures here because it shows a picture of, whoops, actually jumped forward a slide there and I didn't mean to do that yet. Let's go back. Okay, there we go. You see the picture here with the geese flying. The geese fly in a certain formation, this is a really interesting concept here when we think about how nature organizes itself and has this ability to coordinate, like I was talking about, and communicate, and able to achieve amazing things. So I found a cool, a good article on the web called 7geese.com, 7 lessons we can learn from geese to succeed at work. And I'm going to read to you a little bit of that. As each goose flaps its wings, it creates uplift, an aerodynamics orientation that reduces air friction for the birds that follow. By flying in a V formation, the whole flock achieves a 70% greater flying range than if each bird flew alone. Okay, by flying in this V shape, they also increase visibility. Flying in a V formation increases the visibility as every goose can see what's happening in front of them. When a goose falls out of formation, it suddenly feels the friction of flying alone. It then quickly adjusts its mistake and moves back into formation to take advantage of the lifting power of the bird immediately in front of it. Empowering others to lead. When the lead goose in the front gets tired, it rotates back into the formation and allows another goose to take the leadership position. This is an important concept. I want to talk about this just a little bit because this is the idea of leadership. And so often in our society, there's only certain people that we accept as leaders or experts. But as we can see with the geese, they take turns. And there's, in our life, the way I would compare that is, like I was describing before, we each have certain skills and knowledge. And we rely on other people who have more skills or knowledge than we do, depending on the subject matter. If I wanted to cook a gourmet feast, I would go talk to somebody I knew who was really good at cooking gourmet feasts before I took it on. So leadership can be something that we switch around and trade as needed. It's something we could coordinate. Okay? So our modern concept we have in our head of this structure that always has to be one leader and this person's in charge creates a situation where psychopathic people are running the world, where we have all these intelligent, smart people with all these skills all around us. And you look at nature. How can nature do it? It doesn't have any kings or queens or leaders. Anyway, I'm going to move on to the number 5 from the website. the Seven Geese website. Always recognizing great work. The geese honk to recognize each other and encourage those up front to keep up their speed. Like I was talking about, communication. Offering support in challenging times. When a goose gets sick or wounded, 2 geese drop out of formation and follow it down to help it and protect it. They stay with it until it dies or is able to fly again. Then they launch out with another formation or catch up with the flock. Caring for each other, that's like what I was talking about, care. This is happening naturally all around us in nature. How do they do it? Here's the next point, number 7. Staying committed to core values and purpose. The geese migration routes never vary. They use the same route year after year. Even when the flock members change, the young learn the route from their parents. In the spring, they will go back to the spot where they were born. And to me, this makes me think of indigenous tribes where knowledge has been passed down for generations, where healers know where to find certain plants, and they use those certain plants to heal others or to create food or ceremonies that keep people healthy because it recognizes the seasons. And these things are done generationally by communication and teaching from mother to daughter, father to son, and one generation to the next. The lesson here is to stay true to our core values and purpose. Strategies, tactics, and products may change in order for an organization to remain agile, but great companies always stick to their core purpose. So this website was bringing all this up for the point of corporation training to make a stronger business, but these concepts all apply to everything we do. Again, if you want to look at this, it's 7geese.com. 7 lessons we can learn from geese to succeed at work. So we can learn from these geese and another thing I think about is ants. Ants are pretty amazing. You know, you don't really see them communicating, but somehow a few little ants show up in your kitchen and then there's hundreds coming in a line. They have a system. They all work together. They don't have any slave masters, standing on the side whipping them. They just know what to do, and they all have a job, and they all do it. It's inherent in their nature to want to do what's best for their community. So humans have gone away from what nature's teaching us. And often it's occurred to me that that's part of the reason that nature is around us, is to be our teacher. It seems so obvious to me that it is the book, the living book, the living word that the creation has provided for us to understand a better way to live. So let's be a little bit more like the geese and align in our core purpose and values, and work on our teamwork and our communication and our cooperation. And by doing those things, we can free ourselves from these psychopathic rulers that are running the world. And let's not be overwhelmed, because this isn't going to happen overnight. Like I said, this isn't a simple process. Naysayers will say that it's impossible to change things. But I would say a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. That's a quote from Lao Tzu. And a good way to think about this situation: this is a long haul problem. This isn't a problem that we're going to solve in a couple days or a couple years. It might take generations. It might take a really long time. It's a process. But are you taking those first steps? What steps are you taking? That's the question you want to be asking yourself. It starts from each of us taking one step at a time and working together. I think it is possible to have a world without government. In the last couple years in my personal life, I took some big leaps of faith. Those choices cost me dearly in some cases. However, I've discovered that the rewards I've never dreamed of. For instance, right now, I'm speaking on Mark Passio's website, one of my heroes. Once you uncover the bullshit from your thinking and see the world for what it really is, there's no turning back. You can't put your head back in the sand, and it will bring you sadness and anxiety and depression if you don't act on what you've learned, what you know to be the truth. Truth is a sword that cuts through everything. It's just a matter of time. It's not up to some hero, it's up to you. You are the only hero of significance in your life and in your community. The universe rewards bravery. So nothing that is important or amazing that's done in the world is done without hard work and diligence. Like I said before when I talked about drudgery, hard work is a natural part of existence. However, what's the difference is when we're doing hard work because we care about something, and it doesn't feel like drudgery when it's aligned with your purpose. So that's where that drudgery word comes in. When you start to feel the drudgery, and like the other slide we talked about, the complacency and the irritability, that's when you know that you're not in alignment with your core principles and what really matters, your purpose. So how do you do that? You take the initiative. A lot of times we get these little thoughts in our head. We get these feelings that tell us to go out and do something, to make a choice, to be brave. And I've had this experience in life when I make those choices, when I do those steps of bravery, that there's a reward. The universe brings something. You know, things change, things shuffle around when you take the steps. So this is meant to inspire you to be brave and get out there, do those things that you've been thinking about. Yeah, you're going to make some mistakes, you're going to stumble a little bit, but every time you make a mistake, that's one step closer to the 1,000-mile journey or the million-mile journey. So what are you doing to take the initiative? Are you being the change that you want to see in the world? And lastly, the most important saying here, you are the hero that you've been waiting for. So it's inside of you. And I think most people know this, but we have to keep saying it to ourselves and encouraging one another, because there are so many things in our society that try to devalue the individual, that try to hold back the individual. And one of those things is the religions of the world. Religion actually means, one way to look at the derivation is to hold back or to bind. So dogmatic thinking keeps people from being able to become a hero in many ways, because it tells you that you don't have the skills or the value. It's up to someone else, or you're waiting for a savior of someone else to come take care of it. But when in truth, it's up to us. So the biggest lesson here of all is the key to changing things, the key to ending evil in our world. Here's a quote from Jeremy Locke from the book, The End of All Evil. You are the key to teach the people of earth the value that they have within themselves. You need only to speak and tell them that every good thing is theirs to have. You need only tell them that the glory of liberty is real and that it belongs to them. Just the suggestion, the seed, planting the seed, it seems so simple, but I lived almost 40 years of my life and no one ever explained to me what freedom really meant. I just accepted it as being something that everybody already had, because I was told, and when I was a kid in school, that you're living in the land of the free. However, as you get older, you begin to realize how many ways you're locked in, how many ways you're cut off. And depending on your nationality, your race, your sex, your gender, your age, all these different determinators, society will put you into different places. Look in India, where they still have a caste system, where if you're born in a certain family, then you're never expected to rise above a certain level. Here in America, we have this pretense that you can be anything you want. However, any of us that have spent time in poor neighborhoods and big cities realize that the largest percentage of people wind up in very certain situations because they're held down by the court system, by tickets, by all this pressure of money. And the rising costs of things around us today, the housing costs and housing shortages in the areas where I live, have gotten totally out of control, which is increasing the homeless population, which is increasing the need for people to steal because they don't have everything they need. So this is all results of an authoritarian evil structure that constantly, instead of giving people a freedom of choice, it takes that freedom away and says, nope, this is how we're going to do it. And people have this idea in their head that because there's a voting system, that makes freedom. But when you actually look deeply into how a voting system works, it really, your little vote doesn't count for much of anything. And it really depends on the majority. So that means that 51% of the population can make a new rule, and the other 49% are always going to be frustrated. So I don't know how people got convinced that that's the only way to do things, but I've seen many cases on a smaller scale where we don't do things that way. We do things much more like the geese, where we fly in formation. And some of the ways you can see that done are teams of people, like in medical situations where people join together and they all know their job they're supposed to do. It's not always the same person who's the leader. Sometimes it's the first person that shows up, and that person becomes the leader of the situation until they hand it off to somebody else who has more experience. It's the same way on a construction job site, where the person with the most experience and knowledge often becomes the person to be the leader and to take control of the situation. So we don't always need to delegate authority to people in suits that give fake speeches that they didn't even write. You know, that just creates a situation where people have too much power in very few people, where, you know, power can be shared among many, many people. And if you think about the technology that we have these days, we could use that technology and let technology to leverage everybody's ability to actually say what they wanted. We could compute everybody's wishes and how much energy and time they're willing to donate to get those wishes, and we could compute and find out, you know, how to spread that out, how to make it actually happen. We've seen it done on smaller cases. We've worked together with other people on teams and gotten projects done. If you ever have, you can see it's really not impossible at all. It's just those words I was talking about: coordination, community, care, and seemed like there's one more good CO word: coordination. I already said that, but nevertheless, you get the point. It can be done. But like I said, like Jeremy Locke said, you are the key. Look in the magic glass to find the solution. It's magic, right? It starts from you and I. You know, a couple years ago, I was just imagining making these presentations that I've already made now. But I put my foot on the pedal and I pushed myself. I had to do it after work, after a long day, spending hours in front of the computer, which I don't even like doing, to put things together, to explain myself. And I still am only reaching very few people with my words. But those few people that are listening, you know, they wouldn't have me to listen to if I hadn't taken those actions. So this mirror is for you to look in and ask yourself, what are you doing? Are you working on yourself? Are you making changes? Are you taking that next Lao Tzu step on the journey to find the solutions? And I would say one of the biggest things is, you know, if you're feeling alone and frustrated with this knowledge that you've gained, is get out there and make some friends. There's all kinds of social media platforms. There's all kinds of groups, people that care about these things. There's networks like the Freedom Cell Network, where you can look up other people in your area. You can put an advertisement out, explain what you're working on, and so people can find you. If you're not out there shouting it out somehow, how's anybody going to find you? How are you going to connect with these other people? It takes that bravery, it takes that initiative, and it takes time, which is your energy. So it's really a reinvestment of yourself. And as those of us that care, begin to reinvest and put our energy and our time into caring about others and caring about the universal spirit of life, humanity itself, freedom itself, the principles, then we're going to see improvement in the world and we're going to see evil diminish. It's just a slow grind. That's why I call it the grind. So let's put the ball back in our court and start grinding towards the solutions of the world that we want to see. So I thought this was right towards the end of my slave grind presentation, was a good opportunity to do a little advertisement for Autonomy. This is the School of Learning, the University of Logic, University of Networking that I've joined, run by Richard Grove and Joshua Hale, and it's an amazing thing to be a part of. There's people in there that are doing real work, trying to teach others the skills and the knowledge necessary to become free from the chains that bind you, which in many cases for us are the things I've described in this presentation: the slave job, the grind. As you begin to learn freelancing skills and network other people that are trying to sell their own product or service or get their message out to the world, then you get better at it. You practice. Autonomy gives you some of these tools. Many of these tools are available, and lectures every weekend for 12 weeks, and classes going on all through the week. Constant chats with other people that are involved. So I would highly recommend to check out getautonomy.info/ignite, or just type in autonomy and you'll find it's on YouTube, and you can find links all over the place. So that's one way to go. There are others. This is just one possibility that I'm sharing with you of a way to network and leverage your ability to make this change in the world. So at this point in the presentation, I'm going to share with you stuff from my earlier presentations in the End Evil presentation series. This is a cut from part 1, The Value of Life.
The value of life.
Freedom of choice.
Or freedom of choice. This section is designed to challenge the listener to fully appreciate the gift of life. The freedom to exist, to move around and see and think and feel, is impossible to quantify because there's nothing of more value other than the gift of life itself that we know of in our experience. Now, some of the reasons life is undervalued have to do with past trauma and violence that have occurred in the history of the human race and continue to persist, such as war. Viktor Frankl, a man who survived the Nazi concentration camps, is quoted, "Everything can be taken from a man, but one thing, the last of the human freedoms, to choose one's attitude in any given set of circumstances, to choose one's own way." A very important concept exists between freedom and choice. What freedom is there without choice? To choose your attitude is your last resort, as in Nazi Germany. Viktor Frankl was pushed to the very last thread a man can still survive from, and he understood this better than anyone. Your attitude is your direction or focus. Viktor Frankl's book, Man's Search for Meaning, tells the story of Viktor's horrific experience in the hands of the Nazis, losing his entire family, mostly to the gas chambers. This incredible man survived and managed to bring wisdom to the world and gain strength from the experience. He is a shining example of just how valuable one human being can be. Not only did he survive, he used his experience as a tool to help others and to create a better world. Next, I'm going to show you an excerpt from a documentary about the Nuremberg trials. The reason is the World War II atrocities give us a vivid and lasting picture for what evil becomes when manifest in the world in its full, physical, brutal, shocking outcome. What is truly important is to recognize the incredible value of every single soul in every part of life, because it is all part of what you are. We are interconnected with each other. Every other human being on this earth is part of one family of beings. A wise human would not cut off his own finger or toe. To cause harm to other humans is akin to cannibalism. No one should want destruction of their own species.
The prosecution introduced a film called Nazi Concentration Camps, a compilation of death camp horrors which was assembled by America's noted film director George Stevens. Many of these scenes were being shown to the world for the first time and produced unimaginable revulsion. Weeping broke out in the courtroom. Women fainted. And time after time, the words of the leaders and followers who had caused it all arose from written records to condemn them. Himmler had summed up the ethic. I did not feel justified in exterminating the men while allowing their children to grow up to avenge themselves. General Jodl said, if we had disobeyed, we would have been arrested, and rightly so. Hearst quoted his boss Adolf Eichmann as saying, he would leap laughing into the grave because the feeling that he had 5 million people on his conscience would be a source of extraordinary satisfaction.
From the book, The End of All Evil. Simple. Truth is always simple. All people recognize truth because all people are intelligent beings. It is the nature of evil to create artificially complex ideas. It does this to hide or obfuscate the freedom it destroys. If you remove the complexities and fears from your life, you will find a plain and beautiful truth. This truth is the nature of your worth. As a human being, you are very special. You are unlike the minerals, the plants, or the animals of the earth. Nothing commands the abilities of intelligence like you. Nothing else has such complete and total ambition to satisfy dreams. Nothing else has the desire or the thirst for knowledge that you possess. You are a human being. I think it's plain to see why I pulled those two statements out of the book. They very much affirm the importance and the value of human life. They emphasize the uniqueness and the special abilities of being human. There's a recognition that there's a force working to hide truth, obfuscate truth, thereby destroying freedom. But you are intelligent. Now, let's take a minute and look at the definition of intelligence.
So before we take a look at the definition of intelligence, I just wanted to say a few things about the value of a human being. You know, I had a conversation today with my daughter, and she was saying that aren't humans animals? We are animals, right? And I think in the modern culture, many people just think that we are animals. There's really not much difference between humans and animals. In many ways, I can see why people feel like this, because that's the way a lot of people act. And because many people feel caged, that seems like the reality. But this quote by Jeremy Locke brings up an important concept, that no other living thing on earth or mineral has some of the powers that we have as humans. You know, the powers to satisfy dreams, the powers to dream and achieve things, the neocortex, this other part of the brain, this other abilities that we have, this the ability, the freedom to choose wrong, even. You know, like we see the birds are following their instinct, like I was talking about with the geese, where they kind of have to do what their instinct tells them to do. Whereas as humans, we have this whole extra array of options. And that's a very special thing. That's part of the freedom that we've been given by being born into this body. And its value is immense and should not be taken lightly. I'll continue now with my presentation. The value of life. Epictetus. Oh, let me say this guy's name.
It is impossible to begin to learn that which one thinks one already knows. Epictetus. And I left that quote because the next section, section 2, part 2, we're beginning to get into some more difficult things, but it's a discussion of good and evil. And it's likely that you think that you already know what good and evil are. Or good and bad. Pretty basic, right? Well, I'm asking you to rethink it and reconsider a slightly different perspective than you've probably heard before. I want to also end by saying the human mind and the body are capable of much more than you and I can conceive of. Look up on the internet, feats of amazing strength, feats of the mind, amazing willpower. You'll be amazed and astounded. The limits are not known.
I made a little mistake in my slide delivery there. I'm going to try to find my spot for you in just a second here. Where were we? Here's where we were at. We were going to start talking about intelligence.
Now, let's take a minute and look at the definition of intelligence. The highest faculty of the mind, the capacity for comprehending general truths, to choose, collect, gather. I pulled this answer someone put on Quora out because I liked the look at the etymology and the idea that intelligence could be interpreted to mean read between the lines. And as you can see below, I pulled out of an etymology, the root gen. This is important because intelligence is often looked at to mean only smart or only logical. But this word means much more. This word describes the usage of the holistic brain. Using the left brain, that's the intel, if you take the first part of the word, or the straight info, and you commingle it with the right brain, or the gen, the birth, the right brain, which would be the creative, imaginative, intuitive brain function. The I in the middle of the word would be you. It's sort of a magic word. Intel, I, gen. So let's think of intelligence as combining the two polar opposites of our brain and thinking holistically. Not just numbers and letters. Please, in these quotes, substitute in your mind man for humans, because this applies to men and women. The value of man. To understand freedom is to understand the value of a person. Everything that evil wants is to disguise and destroy your value. All authority is created by evil men to disguise your worth. To understand your own worth is to understand the nature of liberty. Jeremy Locke, The End of All Evil. Have you ever considered that there is an active force at work in your life trying to disguise your worth? It's certainly not something that would be seen or found if you were not looking for it. What things destroy the value of individual life? In our consciousness, our conscious mind, in our actions, the things we do, what erodes the value of human life? One thing I notice, television shows with lots of death for fun is one example. Dangerous vehicles, foods with toxins that kill hundreds every year. Sugar is a hidden killer that is rarely mentioned anywhere. Look what it does to people and how it fills hospitals with problems and wasted time. These are things that are silently destroying the value of life. There are so many of them.
So I thought this was a good spot to jump in. This is a good point here. So many of the things that devalue us as individuals are subtle things, little day-to-day subtle things. I talked about in my last presentation, the mind control spell, like how it starts in school where we're forced to stand in lines. We're all given these numbers when we're born, these social security numbers. We're given these IDs. I remember going on a cruise ship a few years ago. Well, it's been quite a few years now. And when you're on a cruise ship, they give you this card, and this card is like your passport for the boat. You know, you're not allowed to get on or off without this card. So it's like this card becomes more important than your own humanity. If you show up without it, you know, you might not even get on the boat. You might get left behind. So like this is our life where our value is less than words on paper in so many cases. When I was showing Evil Work and I was showing a picture of the courtroom, I noticed so often when I was working as a maintenance man in the court system, how all these pieces of paper have become vastly more important than the lives that they are about. The words on the paper can sentence someone to years of imprisonment, to a life of torture and drudgery. And those words have become more powerful than the words of the human who might defend themselves. And in many cases, some of the accusation or words may not even be true. They may not even have to do with objective morality. They might have to do with nuances or legalese, you know, traps in the making of these psychopaths to keep people huddled up and insecure and devalued. So part of our learning to value ourselves is recognizing that we have to transcend these words on the paper and not allow corporations to be treated as if they're humans or better, as they have done in the legal system. To recognize just how amazing we are and all the things that we can do with our bodies and our minds and our words, and retake back our value and recognize that it's really, there's no end to what our value could be. So I'm going to go back to the presentation. This is the End Evil presentation from the End Evil presentation series, number 1.
Here are just some amazing facts to think about. I just pulled these off of random searches on the internet. They would need to be verified, but they just point to how amazing your body is. Your body is your kingdom. Think of all the technicians and architects working on rebuilding your complex organ fabrics and all the chemicals moving around inside of these tunnels in your veins. Who are these intelligent chemists and laborers being sent like electrical senses on the internet of your body's pathways and neural networks, all under your command? 40,000 bacteria in the human mouth. Each person has around 2,000 taste buds. The human eye can distinguish 10 million different colors. The human brain has the capacity to generate 23 watts of power. Blood vessels that are present in the brain are almost 100,000 miles in length. There are 100 billion neurons present in the brain. In early pregnancy, the neurons develop at an alarming rate of 250,000 per minute. All this to say, one human life is of immeasurable value. It's interesting also to think how much you actually command of your body and how many functions that the body operate autonomously without your conscious approval. A lot of functions run all the time, your organs, for instance, healing themselves. It's like this amazing spaceship that's fully operational, and all you have to do is sit at the helm, holding on the steering wheel. It's your castle. It's your kingdom. You are the ruler. A quote attributed to Gandhi: "Freedom is not worth having if it does not include the freedom to make mistakes." Notice the parallel to the quote from Viktor Frankl, to choose one's own way. When you think of a truly amazing human being, you realize the incredible power of one individual. Gandhi's philosophy affected an entire country and left a lasting impression on the world.
Gandhi's quote, "Freedom is not worth having if it does not include the freedom to make mistakes," is something that's really been sticking out with me, because our concept of mistakes in the modern world is another thing that is holding us back and keeping us trapped in the slave grind. And part of the reason is because we look at mistakes as being bad, whereas in life, mistakes are more often lessons or opportunities for growth. I thought before about a situation you might have with a neighbor, for instance, where let's say you made a mistake where you threw a ball over the fence, or your child threw a ball over the fence and it broke something in the neighbor's yard or broke a window. And then now you feel like, well, it's your responsibility to go deal with this situation. So you walk over and knock on the door and you talk to this neighbor and, look, sorry, my kid threw this ball and I heard something break, so I want to take responsibility. Let me pay for the replacement. Let me make sure and get it fixed up for you. And that person really respects you for being honest and coming over, and recognizes that you're a neighbor, and maybe someday they'll make a mistake, so they accept your offer and shake your hand and you become friends. You know, maybe the following week, one of you runs into each other and says, "Hey, how you doing?" You know, and it's an opportunity when something goes wrong or something seemingly bad happens. So often is an opportunity for us to learn. Often we, day by day, that's how we get good at anything, is by experimenting, by trying one thing until it doesn't work anymore. And then we realize, oh, that's not the right way to go about things. So this is taught in school, this whole idea of mistakes. And a lot of the way it's done is through the testing process. And this type of structure forces people into a pretty limited way of looking at mistakes and that what being right and wrong means. Where when we're talking about right and wrong, what we should be thinking of those words primarily is in terms of morality, of doing something that harms or doesn't harm. But as far as not understanding how to do an equation properly and coming up with the wrong answer, you're in the process of learning what doesn't work. And that's not a harmful action. That's just a blunder or an opportunity to learn. So I think part of our revitalization of good and working towards the end of evil is also recognizing that mistakes are not something to be looked at as bad. Mistakes are part of what our freedom of learning is and our opportunity to become better people. So wise words by Gandhi. I'll continue from the presentation.
Another historical figure who gained respect and was known around the world for her dedication to help the sick and needy, Mother Teresa, was quoted as saying, "I alone cannot change the world, but I can cast a stone across the waters to create many ripples." If Gandhi or Mother Teresa had not had the free will to make their own choices, how could they have helped others? And how could they have affected so much change in the world? The reason it's hard to recognize the true value of human being is that we are confused in the modern age about freedom and free will. These are the determining factors for understanding our true value as beings on this planet. World War II and atomic bombs are the type of things that make human life seem worthless and disposable. This is the work of true evil. Value in the modern sense is not the value I'm speaking of, which is why I differentiate here, calling it true value, which includes free will, choice, and freedom. True evil is what destroys free will, choice, and freedom. Not just doing bad stuff or what society deems wrong. That's just following the trend or the fad. I have a bit of homework for you. I'd like you to look this up for yourself. What's a modern estimate of the United States of America? How many bombs we drop every day under the current administration? That's your hard-earned money blowing shit up. Twice every TV show. Every 12 minutes, a bomb falls in one of these countries. All our money going towards death. The sacrifice ritual, performed in ancient times, was chopping heads off every night. How different is that from destruction that comes from dropping 30,000 bombs a year? How's that peace? And not only the people that are destroyed, but I think about the land, and the plants, and the environment as well. It's destruction of life, and destruction of life is wrong.
So I brought up the how many bombs are dropped towards the end of that presentation to make the point, to make a comparison, to show folks that every day, this evil is going on. A lot of people forget that we've been at war for quite some time.
It is impossible to begin to learn.
Sorry about that. My next thing I was going to share with you here is from a website. I found this. I was doing a little research, looking, if you just type in on the internet, how many bombs do we drop a year? You find quite a few different websites, but they all, and they range. They aren't all reporting the same thing. But here's one I found, and this one might be one of 7 or 8 different websites that I looked at. And this one had some kind of higher numbers. So I'm not going to say these numbers are 100% accurate, but it said the United States government under the Trump administration reportedly drops a bomb every 12 minutes. That means 121 bombs are dropped in a day and 44,096 bombs per year. The Pentagon's data shows that during George Bush's 8 years, he averaged 24 bombs per day, 8,750 a year. Over the course of Obama's time in office, his military dropped 34 bombs per day, 12,500 per year. This shows that even though American presidents are all war criminals, Trump is the most vicious of them all. And that's not what you're hearing in the media. President George Bush's military dropped 70,000 bombs in 5 countries. The Bureau of Investigative Journalism reported that under President Barack Obama, there were 563 strikes, largely by drones, that targeted Pakistan, Somalia, and Yemen. With each new American president, there seems to be an increase in overseas military aggression. For the American media, Obama was a local hero of liberal democracy. There was never much talk about his crimes against humanity. Trump, however, is criticized. So, it shows that, it's actually heating up. And so I told you, I looked on quite a few different websites, and they don't all agree on exactly the numbers, but they all do agree that it has been ramping up. And with each presidency, we see more bombs being dropped. And that is not what people know about in the public. And, when I mention to people that we've been at war for many years, they're like, what are you talking about? We're not at war. And I've even had a lot of people tell me that they think that Trump ended all wars. And that's not the case. The bombing has continued. And you ask yourself, why does the bombing continue? Why do they keep dropping these bombs all the time? Well, it's a money-making machine. The same people that are running governments are the same people that are building bombs and that own stocks in these companies that make bombs. And they're profiteering from wars. There's a really good movie called The Art of War, I believe. And it shows how the arms dealer is the one that wins every war, the person who's selling the weapons. So these companies like Halliburton is a good example. And you have people like Cheney that will serve an office in the government for a few years, and then when the administration changes, he'll go back and work for a company like Halliburton for the next few years, and then back to the government. So you have, and he's just one example. This is very common. These people are war profiteers and they're war criminals. They have thousands of deaths on their hands, just very similar to the Nazis. The Nazi regime never really ended. It just metamorphosized into a different type of control device that has taken over this country, and really occulted and hidden from the view and the knowledge of your average person who doesn't know these things. So I would recommend, here's you can do is just type in your search bar. Don't take my word for it. Don't take this random website. Just look it up for yourself. How many bombs did the U.S. drop in 2020? And what you find out over and over on every single website, that it's lots of bombs, more than 20 per day. And most of them agree on that. So that's, pretty shocking. I think it should be shocking. It should be shocking to people that we're still doing that's constantly going on. And that's, people use the term we, I have no part in that type of behavior. That's evil behavior. So that's why I separate myself from people who want to be aligned with the government, because that's not the way to do things. That's not something you vote for. If I had a chance to put in my vote, it would be no more bombs dropped anywhere until we sort out what we got going on here on the home front, until every person has a home and every person is fed, and I don't don't believe in, I don't recommend any type of decision making on that level. That would require people working together, like I said, cooperating, communicating, sharing value, understanding the value of their neighbors, and purposefully taking the initiative to take care of things in their own neighborhood, in your own communities. So that's what the true truth seekers are doing at this point, is networking with one another, forming communities, starting to care, recognizing that these type of evil actions in the world are out of control. And another thing I found in this research, when I typed in what you're seeing there, how many bombs did the U.S. drop in 2020, is that what also happened during the Trump administration is they stopped reporting how many bombs were being dropped. And since Trump's administration, now with the new administration, they no longer report how many bombs are dropped at all. So they're just keeping the whole thing secret. You know, there's not even a public channel of information, as there used to be apparently, that reports on that. And which is probably why we're having harder times finding exact numbers than we used to be able to find, because it used to be public knowledge that was given out freely. Now it is not. So as in so many other things we can see in the modern way things are going, the truth is becoming censored and hidden by these powers that be, by these large corporations and entities and shadow governments and deep state projects that are working to end sovereignty. You know, that is one of the principal aims and goals of, you know, entities like the Council on Foreign Relations, is to destroy sovereignty. And they want to have a one world government. They want to have control across the board, which has largely already happened. And if you've been paying attention in the last couple of years, you can see that control has been fairly well consolidated. We're getting the same messages put out basically around the world in every country during this pandemic, which was pretty obviously planned when you look at something like Event 201, where the movers and shakers like Gates and Fauci, who own the patents to the coronavirus, were already preparing for the effects and the propaganda that was going to take place before any of it began. They did like a training. And if you watch that training in Event 201, you see them rehearsing for the play that was about to take over the world. Now, is there such thing as sickness? Yes. Am I concerned about sickness? Yes. It's important to maintain our health, and it's important to care about other people's health. However, when you look at the actions and the way things are being happened, you can see that it's very centrally controlled, and the same propaganda is being put out in different ways, and in many cases the exact same way on all levels of media, from radio to television, just like out of the Big Brother from 1984. The situation has become very sinister. So I've kind of reached the end of my presentation for tonight, and luckily we haven't reached the very end of evil, but we're going to keep working on it. I wanted to let you guys know that I'll be back next week on Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific to do another one of these presentations, and I'll record them and put them on the Odyssey channel and my YouTube channel and my website, End Evil, so people can enjoy them or learn, use the information and the words to share with others, and come to a greater understanding ourselves. The more we talk about these subjects and the more we pass them around and think about them and say them in different ways, the more it becomes, it's conditioning for having the skills to end evil. And that's really about understanding what freedom means, understanding our value as human beings in this world, understanding our sovereignty, which is our ability to control our own body, and not giving away our power of responsibility, our power of self-defense, and fighting for the right to use these powers, to use this energy that we have for the power of good. So this show I put together with my own energy and time, and I've been doing it for quite some time now. On my free time, sometimes I take time off of work to get these things done. I don't ask anything in return, but you share it with others. And if you want to contribute, I do have a donate button. This is the first time I've even mentioned that on one of my shows. But even better, I would recommend buying an End Evil shirt. You can go to endevil.life, and there's t-shirts for sale. If you look in the little hamburger menu, the 3 lines, I think it's the last one on the list. And you can sport your End Evil t-shirt and go out in the world, and people might say, hey, what is that shirt all about? What do you mean by that? I like that tree of life. That's cool. What does that mean? And you can tell them about interconnectedness, and you can tell them about natural law, and you can tell them about how many bombs are getting dropped every day that your taxes are paying for, and explain to people the importance of separating from the state. Explain to people the importance of core values and principles. And these are things that we can all do. We can all take the initiative. We can all be heroes in this world. This is a time of opportunity. All the mistakes that have been made that led us to this point are offering us the opportunity to become heroic and to speak out and to network, to teach and to create our communities and end evil whenever and wherever possible. Well, thanks for coming, guys. Thanks for checking out my show. I think I'm going to wrap it up. Down to the last 5 minutes here. I think I'm just going to call it good. I'm not going to go on just for the sake of going on. So if you're still hanging out, thanks for being here. Thanks for coming. And have a good week. Get out there and do something. Make some friends.
Election dominating the news. We got a dozen different candidates all with the same views. Every single one wants more free trade. Not a single one will just call a spade a spade. Once they get elected, all the promises fade. Cause what they're really after is a chance to get paid. Your government is a business, no doubt about it. Let me climb to the rooftops, scream and shout. I'm sick of fake debates. All the questions screamed. All it does is reinforce that same machine. Same platitudes and promises for years. Saying more without end. Preying on the fears. We got everything in common, so let's build together. Instead of fighting their wars, getting killed together. They don't care about us. They ain't showing no love. So you gotta vote check none of the above.
Which one?
I said none of the above.
Oh, this one.
Nope, none of the above.
That one.
Check none of the above. You think you're less than evil, I want none of the above.
This one.
Nope, none of the
Oh,
above.
that one.
I said none of the above.
One of this one.
I said none of the above. Yo, you gotta vote check none of the above.
Hey, all right, we're going to end the stream here. Thank you guys for joining me. Appreciate it. Take care, everybody. Appreciate it. Peace out. For tomorrow, emails did send out. Just so you know, day 14. Be sure to check it out. Thank you. Roundtable coming soon. Action steps coming very soon. Stay tuned.